Lamau, I thought my mic was already on. Hi, Comic Man, what's up? How you doing? Just getting all my socials out really quick. Figure it'll give us some time to get everyone in here. How's your day been? Suppose my music's like really loud. Well, maybe it's just really loud for me. It's just really loud for me. There we go. Maybe now it's not so loud. Let's see. I just gotta get my socials out. My Twitter's out, and I just gotta do Blue Sky really quick. Good. Meh. Honestly, yeah, I get that. I totally get that. I get it. Sympathies. Okay, cool. Alright, now we're out. Awesome! I didn't finish last night. You're good. It just got really quiet. I just got super focused at the end, so you're fine. Alright, let's go! Oh, I don't think I updated my overlay. That's okay. I don't know what this Pokemon drop thing is that it's showing me on Twitch. I need to look into that and see what that is. I think it's leading up to the Pokemon anniversary, because it's like the 30th anniversary. So it has something to do with that. And let me just make sure everything's fine on YouTube really quick, and then we'll get to going. Most of what I'm going to be doing today is going to be just getting my like my stuff imported into the new file. So actually, let me move this over a little. Cause I need to. Oh, I don't have arrows on this. That's okay. It's fine. Let me move my. Hang on, sorry guys. I gotta move this over a little. Oh, there we go. I don't have my keyboard that has the my arrows on it. I've got my mini keyboard today, so I gotta do all that manually. I mean, my day's been okay. I met with my what is it? My nutritionist today for the last time. Just to kind of make sure medications are good, everything looks good. Before, you know, like it's the last visit I get with them, so before my insurance runs out. So I got to do that today. And then I also had therapy appointment today. I have 2 more appointments with my therapist before my insurance runs out. And then I took a nap, which was supposed to be only like an hour, but then there was this big storm that came through. And like the power was flickering and stuff. We had some crazy lightning. Crazy lightning today. So I was like, well, I'm just gonna go take a nap, and then I'll stream when I wake up. And then I woke up after like 5 hours instead of like a 30-minute nap. I was like, meh. And then as I got ready for the stream, because I was supposed to start streaming about 2 hours ago, right as I was getting ready to start streaming, my stepmom was like, hey, your dad and I are gonna come over and we're gonna look at your Jeep. So, which is great. So I need to get the Jeep fixed. So it's got like a bad, like clamp, coolant system is like not doing what it's supposed to be doing. So this is why you do everything in 600 DPI, because now I can finagle the moving of things a little bit more. I can get away with it. And I won't lose too much detail. Got some new music today. It's not just my elevator music. Yeah, it was a day. It was definitely a day. And so I'm like, I'm ready to just have a chill night. Ready to just have a chill night. And of course it was, because it's coolant and stuff, we got antifreeze like all over the ground, and because we were trying to figure out why it was leaking, and so it kept like falling through the vehicle onto the ground, like not where it was supposed to, because it kept like dripping on the other stuff because there's a leak where there's not supposed to be a leak. And so like my poor dad got covered in antifreeze. And so we had to get all that cleaned up afterwards, and you know. The progress definitely hasn't been moving like I want to, but what I was able to do, I'm going to show you guys. Just zoom in a little bit more. What I was able to do is figure out, like what images I wanted to have in here. And so I've been, hunting down all of the other images that I wanted to put in, so that I'm right now just putting them all in like a drive folder. Let me turn the music down a little. I can barely hear myself think. But anyway, so, been hunting down all of the other images that I need, and I finally found the one of Oma that doesn't have her tail, which is the one that I need, so I finally found that image. So mostly I've just been, like, hunting down all of the images that I needed so that I could stream this, but now I have everything, so now I can focus on streaming this stuff. And so for now, what I'm going to do, is I'm just putting in all of the storyboards, and then once I get all the storyboards put in, then I'll go in and put in the concept art. The reason I'm doing it that way is I'm trying to limit the number of pages that I have, because I got a quote for a specific number of pages, and so I'm trying to not go over that number too much, because either way I need to get a new quote for the printing. So I'm trying to be mindful, but I wouldn't mind going up to like a full 200, 180 pages somewhere in there for this book. And then I'm also making sure all of my files are going to be black and white, so they're going to be, you know, binary, monochrome, whatever you want to call it. I'm taking all of the color out, just because, like, having some color pages just ups the cost. So I've decided to just keep it full gray. Hi, is it Sky? Hello, what's up? How are you? Don't mind me. Alright, now we're gonna work on the next one. Sorry guys, I have another screen that you guys can't see, so I apologize. Didn't I just hear the song? Did it not? Oh no, it's fine. I heard it earlier, but it's not, it's fine. Could have sworn we just listened to this one. Anyway, what are you up to, Sky? Are you working on anything, Comic Man? Did you have a decent day? I know you said it was kind of meh, but any progress on anything? Let's see. Sorry, Clip Studio is thinking about it. Alright, but yeah, for now I'm just gonna, today, like, I'm just kind of doing easy stuff, and I'm getting all of my storyboards imported really quick, because that's the easy thing to do. And then once my storyboards are imported, then I'm going to be going over all of the sort of like image gallery stuff, which will be like, here I'll show you what the image gallery is kind of going to be like. It's going to be like mostly like my favorite panels or my favorite pages, and they're going to be like blown up really big like this. So you see how this is like taking up the whole page? The actual size of this panel is a lot smaller. Oopsies. Let me show you the original one. So like the actual size, you can see here how this is like maybe a little bit more than half the page, and here it's now like the whole page. And so that's kind of what I want to do, is I want to show off some of my favorite panels that maybe I liked the art of the most, like that kind of stuff. And this section will be kind of limited on how many pages I can add, and so I want to make sure all the storyboards in there, all the original pages are in there, and then all of the like, hey, this is how Onami happened, because that's basically what I want this book to be. Just in case anyone doesn't know, I'll go ahead and explain it. So the purpose of this book is to print the Onami one-shot that I did with Viz Media that did not get serialized. I'm going to be printing it on my own. And so all of the pages here, as far as these are the original files that I did with Viz. And so what I'm going to do is I need to go through, I need to look for any spelling errors. I need to do fix any weird stuff that's not aligned correctly. There's a few things in here that I want to do, and I've thought about redrawing a few panels. Just like really big mistakes. I'm like, oh wow, that's really terrible. I'm also gonna take out a few panels. I did a self print, like I printed all of them out on my own, like zine style, and I went through it, I made a bunch of notes. So basically, once I'm done with, so this is the original one shot, and then I have a section in here that kind of talks about like how the story of Onami came to be, because I started in like 2000, if you want to get super technical, I started in 2009 with this. With like this really cool statue that I really liked, and like this statue here is kind of what inspired Onami. And then in 2016, like 7 years later, I did this drawing here of Pawn. It's sort of just like, and that's where it started. And then from there, it just kind of like evolved over time, and so like all of these drawings need to be converted into black and white drawings so that they can be in screen tone. So I have all of this stuff that eventually I'm going to have to edit and clean up and get ready to be able to be printed in screen tone. And then in this this page here, I've thought about putting in like the maybe like a small version of this, like the first set of storyboards that I did. I'm going to have storyboards number 2 and storyboards number 3 because I had 3 different sets of storyboards that I submitted for Onami, and so I'd like to put all of those in there as well. So yeah, it's a lot. There's a lot of work I gotta do for this, so I'd say maybe I'm about halfway there. Most of it now is just gonna be putting in all of the storyboards, which is what I'm doing now oh, I'm sorry, I should probably like speak more clearly. This book will have so basically what this book is gonna have is it's gonna have the original one-shot that got me published with Viz. And then it'll have sort of like the, hey, like here's how this journey happened. Like here's how like, here's the whole thing, because I feel like a lot of people when they share, like, oh, this is how I got published by blah, 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 like, they don't talk about all of the work they did before talking to the publisher, and that's what I wanted to share. And so, like, here's all of the work that I had to do before I even got the opportunity to talk to Viz, like, because even if I, like, got to talk with Viz, if I didn't have anything that I could show them, I wouldn't get, published, right? Like, I wouldn't have anything to show them. And so I want to share that whole story, that whole journey. And then I'll have like the image gallery, which will have a bunch more pages. It only has 1 because I'm kind of lazy right now. But I'll add in a couple more. And then it'll have the original storyboards that my editor looked at and said, yes, we want to publish this. Go ahead and finish the pages. And I hope that that can be helpful for people, because I feel like a lot of, like, one of the things I'm noticing in, like, the Kodansha server, there's, like, the KMA server that they did for, like, the award and stuff. One of the things I'm noticing is that, like, everyone draws their storyboards super crazy detailed, or they feel like they have to, and I don't want people to feel that way. I want people to be able to see that you don't have to have crazy, beautiful storyboards. I mean, because honestly, you're most likely just gonna have to redraw them anyway, so it's kind of a waste of effort. You know what I mean? And people like seeing kind of work in progress stuff, so I hope people will like it. Anyway. Oh, let me move this over here. There we go. Hey, Adorburb! Thanks for the follow on Twitch! How you doing? Hey you! Trying to, like, I forgot that I have to move my mouse up and then over. How you doing? But anyway, so yeah, I'm just editing on all my stuff. Hey, I finally got the Discord ready for Heidi. Hopefully we'll get a chance to go over it. But I feel bad because I waited till she was on vacation to finally get it done. I was like, no! I literally got it done the day before, like her first day of vacation. I was like, fuck. So hopefully that'll be available for all of us really soon. I've been working so hard on that. Anyway, sorry, I'm gonna stop being distracted. I'm just letting myself be like super crazy distracted. I've also thought about putting in a fun little border around these pages. Just to sort of like help it stand out and be like, oh, like here's, yeah, oh, my files are trash. My files are awful, awful trash. If you want to see like the real pages, do you want to see how like when I'm actually drawing how they're set up? Here I can show you. Let me open a page that probably isn't super crazy layer wise. This one's probably not that bad. The way that I handle like my no, they are awful. No, I mean trash is in like it's like random. Like my file organization is terrible. Let's see, Comic Man said, one of the previous stories I did had accidentally over-detailed storyboards. I think that may be a force of habit. Yeah, it's one of those things that eventually you just kind of have to, like hold your own hand and go, dude, you don't have to do it like this detailed. That's basically what I had to do. Is I just had to eventually just be like, bro, you don't need to do that, it's okay. Trying to figure out where my chat went in Windows. There it is, I found it. Okay. I was like, where did my chat go? Goodness gracious. Oh, I see it. I got it. Yeah, I lost my YouTube chat for a second there. So, file management system. This one's not super crazy organized, so this way you can see how I actually work. I have a really terrible file management system in the sense that when I'm doing the initial drawing of it, I don't care what I do. I will be like, you know what, I just want this done, and so I don't have like a specific pattern per se. At the top, I will always have my lettering inside the panel it needs to go to. So for example, like this will be all of my lettering for this particular panel, and that's this one up here. And then I'll have like correction layers, that type of stuff. So I just, yeah. And then like if we look at this one, this is a super simple panel. It's just one layer of line art, but I may draw it as, come on. Come on, Cliff Studio. You can do it. Cliff Studio's like, fuck. It's because this isn't that bad, but let's look at this one. So this one's a little bit easier to look at. See how this is down here? That's not where it's supposed to go. These are supposed to be up here. That's what I mean, is I'm not very good at being organized. Like, I have a system that I want to do, but I don't necessarily follow it. And so if we look here, like I have all these different layers and I tend to leave stuff in, you know, all these different, you know, layers and stuff. This was like an old version of her eyes or whatever when I had her eyes like filled with black. I don't do that anymore now. So yeah, it's just chaos. Like these are absolute chaos. This was like a reference for her that I had off to the side here. This was the original sketch. Let me bring this to the top. So whenever I sketch, I always have it in blue. There we go. So like, I'll usually have it in blue, just so that it's easier to draw from. Let me set this to multiply. So usually I'll bring it up to the top, I'll set it to multiply, and then I'll just draw underneath it or whatever. So, and then from there I kind of only add, you know, like so you see how my line art is like all separated. Once I'm done with my line art, usually, then I'll merge the layers that I don't need. Oh, hang on. I might have to... Is the stream still live, y'all? Hang on, let me double check Twitch really quick. Twitch is telling me it's having an unstable connection. I might have to go get my my power cable for my dock, because it's not plugged in right now. I hate this freaking keyboard sometimes. Hang on, guys. Twitch okay? I meant to say Twitch stream okay, question mark. Yeah, see, it's only Twitch that I have issues with. It's never YouTube, it's always Twitch. But It's saying it's unstable, which is really crazy to me, but maybe it's just a Twitch thing today. But anyway, so yeah, that's kind of how my file management ends up being. It's just like a bunch of like random liner layers that are all separated from each other. And then eventually when I'm done with them, I'll merge them all together, which is what I did in this one. Eventually, I just merge them all together. But I don't name my layers either. Which is a really bad habit to get into. Don't do that. I might just have too much open, and it's just too much for Twitch, so I'm gonna close some things that I don't need. Anyway. Here we go. Okay, sorry. But it's kind of funny because, like, when I did the sketches weren't, in, like, the correct, proportion. And so, like, I can't even, like, full size these because the storyboards were done at a completely different proportion than the final pages. No, it's me. It's me. Actually, let me see if I have my outlet open, and I might just go ahead and go get that power cable. Let me see here. Yeah, I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna go get my power cable. I'll be right back. Let me put my BRB screen on. I'll be right back. Okay, this thing's all falling. I don't know if that will reach. That's not gonna reach. I'm gonna have to put this there so that it'll reach. Check it out! Now we have an excellent stream. There we go. That's probably just what it needed. Just needed the extra power. No, I have, so I have a Microsoft Surface, and in order to have my, because I have the Microsoft Surface, I have a Cintiq, and then I have two others, I have two other screens. So I have to have, like, well, the Microsoft Surface only has 2 USB ports, and that's it, as far as, like, connecting other devices. So I had to get a dock, like a USB dock, that connects via USB-C, because that's the only, like, outlet that my Microsoft Surface has. And so, sometimes when I have a lot of stuff plugged into the dock, like I do now when I'm streaming, there's a power thing that you can there's like a power area for the dock that you can plug something in to give it like extra juice, and that's what I needed to do. Just so that the dock is able to process everything. So because like I said, I've got two extra, well, I have 3 HDMI ports being used. Like I had to get an HDMI splitter in addition to the dock. So it's a lot on my poor USB dock. But it's good now. Sorry, I've been talking way too much and not doing enough, so my bad. Sorry, guys. Just chatty today. I guess I could also be closing windows that I don't need. That probably would also help my computer. I only got one HDMI slot, so I plan to do stuff like that to get my art tablet. Yeah, it... See, there we go. We just lost it again. A network... What's a network error? It's giving me a network error. Sorry, guys. I'm not sure why Twitch is giving me issues. YouTube is literally giving me no problems. That's crazy. Let's see, and then make this monochrome. Oopsies. Circle. Brightness. And here I was thinking of hopping to Twitch. Yeah, Twitch is just, yeah, I keep reloading the player on Twitch and it keeps, like, out on me. Let me see what that error is, actually. It's a error 2000 on Twitch. Let me see what the error is, because maybe it's not what I thought it was. A general connection issue that prevents live streams from loading properly. Am I on the correct internet? Yeah, I'm on the correct internet. I mean, that's why I didn't stream earlier, is we were having internet problems. Because we had some really bad storms here today, so it's possible that it's just my end. I'm really sorry, y'all, if you're trying to watch on Twitch. I might recommend you come over to YouTube, because I'm not seeing issues on YouTube. So if you're having any issues, please come on over to YouTube. Sorry about that, y'all. Usually Twitch is fine. This is literally the first stream I've had in a long time where Twitch is struggling, so... I've never really had this much issue with Twitch. I wonder, is it my, manager? Like, is it fine on this end? I'm gonna watch it on the actual channel. We're gonna see if anything happens. Okay. Yeah, we'll watch it on this end of Twitch and we'll see if it's still also getting issues. It's definitely my internet, so I apologize. Yep. Jeez. Yeah, YouTube is... And none of you on YouTube are having problems? Like, there's no connection issues? I wonder if it's just Twitch today. Actually, let me check the down detector for Twitch. I mean, it could be me. You know, it could possibly be me. Okay, it looks like I'm not the only one reporting problems. So... Could be a mix of both. Okay, cool. Okay, then I'm not gonna worry about it too much. I'm just gonna keep going. We're gonna keep trying to get stuff done, so... I apologize to everyone who's struggling. I literally don't know what's happening, and, like, my YouTube is saying that it's fine, so I don't know what's going on there. I hate that it's so small, but I mean, it is what it is. I've learned my lesson to make sure I always save a copy now. Save a copy of all your storyboards because you might need them later. I mean, maybe. I mean, that's why I looked at the down detector to see if anyone else is reporting problems, and it looks like Twitch has been having problems all day. It could also just be me that's struggling. You know, I don't know. Maybe it's just my internet not loading the stream. I don't know if it's other people that are struggling with it to load for them too. Bum, 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 ba-da-da, ba-da-dum, ba-da-da. Okay. Where's my mouse? There it is. Color, tone. So basically every single time I paste it in, what I'm doing is I'm setting the image to tone because it's going to be printed, you know, like as tones or whatever. So, and then I'm setting the angle to 42. I personally have found that if I switch the angle to 42, because I've tested it on my printer, I don't know how it'll be on like a larger industrial printer, but I found that if I switch the angle of the circles to 42, or 43, I usually just use 42, I have less problems with it getting like more like really weird effect or whatever. So that's why I'm changing it. And I'm not gonna edit, well, I'm not gonna try, it's not about trying. I'm not gonna edit any of the storyboard panels. Nothing, I'm just gonna paste it in as it is. So, which kind of makes me feel bad because some of these drawings are really bad. Like, I mean, like, look at this one, he's just like, meh. So I'm just gonna leave it as it is. No fixing it to make myself feel better. Oh yeah, here's the one that we were just looking at. Wait a minute, I just realized something. Hang on. Oh, I see what I did. Yeah, I forgot that I switched these two pages. So what's really fun is if you think about this one, I actually ended up switching them in the end. I believe, if I remember correctly. Yep, so these two pages were swapped. Initially, this was gonna be the Hikigoma, this one right here. This was gonna be the first page or first panel that you saw. But while I was actually drawing the pages, I felt it would be better if this panel was first. That way it would make a more interesting panel to look at when you turn the page. Oh, it depends on what the printer wants. If the printer wants a 300 DPI, then I give them 300 DPI. If the printer wants 600 DPI, I'll give them that. That's actually what I'm doing right now, is I'm just making the file at 600 for myself. Because I don't know what they're gonna want yet, and so I'm just making it like extra high just in case. And then once this part is done, then I'll connect to the printer. I'm pretty sure that they wanted the 600 DPI, if I remember correctly. And if I have to lower it, it's not a big deal. With these storyboards, the problem is I can't find, and this is what I tried to do yesterday. I can't find the original files of my storyboards, and that's why they're so small compared to this document. It's because when I exported them for my editor Hisashi-san to look at, I exported them a lot smaller than the original size, just so that it saved like space to be able to mail it to him, because, you know, like, I have to upload it to my Google Drive, and that takes up storage space in the Google Drive, and also I didn't want him to have this, like, massive file or whatever. Yeah, I mean, it just depends on the printer, because the printer because the thing is even if you have two of the exact same make and model of the printers, they're gonna run a little differently. And so the person who operates that printer knows how that printer operates best. And so usually, in the past when I've done like printing for things, I've not really done a lot of printing of comic books, but I've done a lot of printing of like brochures and ads. I've done like a few like printed zines as well. Like I always ask the person, hey, like what's the best settings for your specific printer? And that's what I'm gonna do. So that's something always to consider when you're looking at someone to print your stuff, is like, oh, like what do they recommend? And then if you can do that, do that. That's why I prefer to make all of my files much larger than I'm ever gonna need, just because of that. And I believe with manga printing, it's 600 DPI for most places. And so if you're only doing like 300 DPI, yeah, you're in trouble. Because it has to be twice as big as what you made it. And if you make in 600 DPI and your printer asks for 300 DPI, which I don't think I would go with that printer if that's what they asked for. But if they ask for 300 DPI, you have to halve the size of your stuff, which will only help you because it'll make it sharper as it makes it smaller. So technically, but when you shrink it down, you're technically sharpening the image. Versus if you upscale it, you're making it less clear, right? Like it's gonna look blurry if you try to make something bigger. And that's why I'm frustrated, is because while yes, technically, these storyboards are 600 DPI, that's what I exported them as. I can increase them 2 times and they'll be 300 DPI. Because if I double the size, it halves the DPI. It's not gonna look good. So I'm a little frustrated but I'm okay with it because they're storyboards. If these were super fine, like finished artworks, then I'd be mad. But it's okay. They're storyboards. They're meant to look messy. They're meant to look a little unclear. It's okay. And if I have to, there are ways that I can clean them up. Like it'll be fine. I've worked in printing long enough that I know all the tricks that printers use. Because sometimes, like, printers, they may clean up your artwork for you, but not all of them do. Some of them will just print whatever you send them and be like, well, it's your fault because you didn't prepare it right. Some of them will help you fix it to make it look good. It just kind of depends. That was one of the things that I did for all my clients when I was operating a printer, is I would always call them and be like, hey, like, do you have this version of your file? Do you have this version of the file? Because it would be a lot better if you have, like, the high resolution version rather than, like, the super cheap, really crappy 72 DPI version that you sent me. There was one file, and the reason why this is important is, I printed, when I was a printer operator, I did what was called direct UV printing. And I operated a type of printer that printed like on glass and stone and crystal. I printed on all kinds of really cool stuff. And when you have gradients, which are like smooth color transitions, right? You have to use a much, much, much higher resolution to get those things to look good. So, like, for example, we had these like awards that we printed every single year, and they had multiple gradients in them that, like, the awards we printed were like 9x12, and they were on crystal, and in order to get, so not crystal, they were printed on like a clear plastic, and plastic is sucky to print on for 2 reasons. First of all, plastic doesn't adhere, like ink doesn't adhere to plastic super well. It's really easy to chip off even if you use a good adhesive. But the problem is if you try to use an adhesive on plastic, it will streak. And so when you're printing it, you put the adhesive down before you print on it, so that way the ink has something to adhere to. But you risk streaking, and that streak is going to show in your artwork. and then you have to worry about the gradient. And it was the worst job. Every single year when I got that job, I was like, no! No, not this one, God, please! And he always wanted a buttload of them every single year. And then when we went to print it, what made it worse was I had to print it in 1200 DPI. Do you know how long it takes to do a single print? 9x12 at 1200 DPI? It took 45 minutes per print. ugh. And then he'd order like 60 of them, and I'd be like, oh my god, this is gonna literally take me days. And then that printer would be tied up for days. I literally couldn't print anything else. It was wild job. And then if your print came out wrong, you only found out after the print was done. Oh, the other reason why printing on plastic sucks is static. When you're printing that type of stuff, the static that you have in the room can absolutely ruin your prints. And when you're operating a printer that is electric, you're going to have static buildup. And so after every single print run, like every single print, you'd have to like de-static the printer before you lay the next piece of plastic down. And that involves tinsel, of all things. Tinsel and like copper tinsel specifically is really great at de-staticifying the printer. And so it was like a whole process to do. So it was like 5 to 10 minutes between prints, just because you gotta clean it, you gotta prep it, you gotta adhesive down, you gotta get the file ready, blah blah blah. And so yeah, it was a whole process. So that's why every time like I talk to a printer, I'm like, what do I need to do to make your life easy? Because I know exactly what it's like. It's like, I will work with you, just tell me what you need. Cause yeah, like printing can be hard, and then and it's not people's fault for not understanding, like when you have to explain stuff to people who just don't know about printing. Like I always feel bad because I'm like, I promise I don't care that you don't know these things, like that's why I'm here to help teach you. But there were people who thought they knew what they were talking about, and it's like, excuse me, have you ever operated this printer? Do you run this printer on a daily basis? No? Then I probably know more than you. You know what I mean? Like I had people from other companies calling me to help them with their printers because I knew how to run it that well. Like, I literally made my company's manual for that printer. Like, I made like a 60-page manual on how to use it because I was quitting to go work for Global Comics. And so I literally made the manual for them before I left. I didn't have to do that, but I did it because I care about, you know, doing a good job. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And so that's why, like, I tell people, I'm like, hey, like, if someone says, hey, like, usually your job takes this long, and usually your job's gonna take this long, like, don't be mad if the job is gonna take a while, because you don't know what other orders that person has to do. Like, or when there's a rush order. There was we were talking in the Kodansha server, I think it was the Kodansha server, about how, like, when you're printing, like, your merch and stuff, like, it can, like, in order to have it rushed, there's like a fee on top, and sometimes the fee can be like 75%, or it can be like 100% of basically doubling the cost to rush it. That is why, is because when you rush something, there may be an order that has to get done, and now they have to delay someone else's order in order to get your order done. And then that impacts them getting to get that out on time. So that's why rush fees are so high, is because you're literally messing up their pipeline. You're inconveniencing their pipeline to get it done, and everyone else who already has put orders in. That's why the fees are so high. Because I've had that happen where, like, I've had people be like, or companies that say, hey, like, I need to have this rushed, I need to have this rushed. I'm like, okay, fine, but now you're gonna, like, make me have to delay everyone else's orders that are already in progress. You know? So I encourage patience when it comes to getting stuff printed. Because a lot of times, the other thing to think about with printers is, even if you have the exact same make and model and you give it the exact same print job, like exact same files, exact same settings, exact same person using it, like everything is exactly the same, just it's like 2 separate printers, you're still gonna get 2 different results. Because printers are stupid like that. It's my full belief that printers were sent from hell to make us miserable. Like it's a lot. And so whenever I'm like working with someone who does printing, I'm always like, dude, don't worry, dude, it's fine. Like, I know your life is really hard. Like, what can I do to make your life easier? And I mean, I wouldn't mind going back to work in printing. I'm trying to find something that's a little more full-timey, but I don't know if printing is one of those ones I would go back to. It's really stressful. I mean, it's fun. You get to do so much cool stuff. Like, one of my favorite jobs when I was working at like the custom fabrication company was we had these like crystal awards, and they were actually sandblasted. But part of the sandblasting was after, because basically what sandblasting is you're engraving crystal using like really hard blowing sand, and it's really, really cool. It's a really neat process. And then we would fill the like the areas that were sandblasted, that's now a hole. We would fill it with gold paint. And those looked so good when they were done. Like, the awards were freaking gorgeous, stunning. And I got to do the gold painting. And so every time that came in, I was like, yes, I get gold paint. It was so much fun. It was a pain. Don't get me wrong, it was a pain. But it was really fun to be able to do and to look at it when I was done and go, yeah, I helped with that. So, like, it can be super rewarding to do stuff, like, in custom fabrication. But yeah, it can be really fun. And also, like, we got to do some work for, like, really, like, professional sports leagues. We got to do work for, like, other, like, really big companies that everyone knows the name of. Like, super, like, these are household name companies we got to do work for. And so it was like, yeah, I did that. Yeah, it can be super duper satisfying. So, like, despite my complaining, don't get me wrong, it can be really, really fun. And it was one of those. So the very first print job I ever did, I've got a really funny story about it, actually. So the very first print job I ever did, I had to print on brick. And that's the cool thing about UV printing is you can print on almost any surface that isn't like hyper reflective. So like chrome, for example, is crazy reflective. You can't print on that. Well, I mean, you could, but you're going to ruin your printer. But stuff like really, really porous things like brick or some stone, wood can be really porous. Are really fun to print on, and it looks really cool afterwards. And so my very first print job that was more or less by myself was printing on some bricks, and the customer lived like 45 minutes away, and so they drove like 45 minutes to drop this stuff off, and these were like custom shaped bricks. And I messed up the order. I messed up the order so bad that he had to come bring me like 4 or 5 more brick pieces because I messed the order up so bad. And I remember I was like crying and hyperventilating because I felt so bad. I was like, this customer's gonna be so angry. He's gonna yell at me. Like, I was so stressed. And I remember when he got there, and I basically, like, on the phone, he's like, because I didn't tell him that we needed more brick. It was my manager that did. And then he actually asked the manager, is it okay if I watch? And I was like, no! I was like internally screaming, no, don't let him, because I messed it up. Like, I'm gonna mess up, like, I'm so stressed already. But it ended up being really cool because he was so happy getting to see the process. And like get to like learn about it, because I guess they did it like every single year. It was for like a festival or something, so it was like a really big deal that these were being done and that we got the order for him. And he enjoyed getting to watch how I did it so much, and like when he was watching, I did it perfectly. Like I only had to do, I think, 3 more print rounds, and they went really quickly. But he really enjoyed getting to watch them. And he was so happy, and it was so satisfying, like, seeing his happy face and, like, hear his excitement as he was watching it print. And, that was really sort of, like, I don't want to say the first moment that I experienced, getting to see the joy, that was the result of the work that I did. But he was, like, happy and giddy, like a little kid, that he got to watch this. It was like you know how like little kids get really excited when they see a fire truck? Like that's kind of what it felt like. It was like this like grown man being excited that he's seeing this like strange machinery. I'm not in a bad way. It was just really cool. So that was really like the first moment, like it really clicked for me that, hey, like this is a job that is really neat. That is like a mystery to a lot of people. But it also was like a good teaching moment for me where it's like, oh, there's a lot of people that don't know how this works. And so like you may have to handhold like, you know, some people and help them get their files ready and like that type of thing. So it was just a really good learning experience and it was really fun. It's like see his excitement. I know this isn't the most exciting stuff to watch. I'm really sorry. I'm gonna get to the fun part in a bit. I want to get this part done so I don't have to worry about it anymore. That's kind of what I was hoping the stream would be today. It's just kind of a more chill, like, let's just get this done kind of stream today. Hey, look at that! We're at 100 pages! Woo! Hi, scabies! Welcome back! That's so funny. Wait, I already did this one. Yeah, and I mean, like, you know, and that was sort of the other, like, you know, like another good lesson I got out of that experience is that, you will know where your mistakes are and other people may not necessarily know. Because, like, even though he was really happy and satisfied with the order, like, I could see errors in it. Like I was like, oh, I want to fix this, I want to fix this. And he's like, no, look, it looks great. It looks perfect as it is. Like, I really love it. And I was like, oh, okay. Like, are you sure? And he's like, yeah, no, I really love it. And I'm like, oh, okay. You know, so that's kind of when I learned that it's like, man, like, it's not that you should settle for good enough. Like, but it's also like maybe you're doing better than you think you are, and you know, like the whole like we are our own worst critics thing. So. All right, we're almost done here. We've got not too many more pages. We're on page 15 of the storyboards, and there's 25 of them. So yeah, we're a little more than halfway done with our storyboards. And the reason why I have the storyboards open is I'm going to need to paste them again in another page. So figure we'll just do both of those. Yeah, being your own worst critic like makes everything really hard. Where did I do that? Wrong lever! Like it's like Kronk with the wrong lever. Alright, turn on tone, set it to brightness, and then 20 or 42. Make sure. Oh yes, yeah, I thought I missed it. Save. Honestly, I just try to enjoy things now. That's why I can be a little goofy sometimes, is I'm just here having fun, man. I'm just here to have fun. I'm here for a short time, not a long time. Or, no, I'm here for a fun time, not a long time. So... So I try not to stress about those things too much anymore. I mean, it's and that's easy to say. Like, it's another thing to actually live that. Okay, now how do I want to solve this problem? Because this is a 2-page spread, so how do I want to solve this? Whoops. Because the problem that I'm running into is I'm not separating the pages at the, I mean, what I could do is I could make an exception for this page. Well, yeah, they're the wrong proportion, aren't they? Let me actually close this page. Let me close all of these and I'll go ahead and split it and I'll see what it's gonna look like. Split pages. Yes. I made a sticker for a band. They wanted a Halloween themed cat. To me, it looked more like a piggy bat. I hated it so much I told them I'll make them another one, but they loved it. And I mean, hey, like, as long as they love it, that's what matters, right? As long as they're happy with it, that's what matters personally. Like, I just want my client to be happy. That's what matters the most. And I've kind of like learned the same thing making manga too. Like it's there's a lot of pages that I really don't like that, you know, my editor, Hisashi-san, and like, he's like, no, it looks fine, it looks great. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. I'm like, is this page okay? Is this page okay? Is this page okay? Hey, Zay, what's up? Oh, not much. Working on more, Onami file prep, which I've been doing for literally a year now. Quite literally. Yeah, see, that's what I was worried about. You know what? That works. That works. That's good enough for me. I mean, the file is so thick anyway that it's not going to make that big a difference. I am going to bring this down a little, though. I'm going to bring this down to the safety line. I'm gonna squish it just a teeny bit. Oh, I meant the safety. Yeah, we're gonna squish it a little. No one saw anything. No one saw anything. Yeah. Yeah, I hate doing it. And I can't find the original storyboard files. The only ones that I have, the only proof I have that this even existed is the PDF compilation that I sent Hisashi-san. Like, that's the only proof that I have that this existed. And so I'm having to basically, like, put the files from the PDF into here. And because I downsize my files when I export into PDF, it's not quite the same size. It's like half of what it should. It's like almost a quarter of what it should be. So, I mean, but thankfully I exported at 600 DPI, so it should be okay. It'll work. It'll work. What's that movie? What's that guy say from Babe? Like the movie about the pig? Like, that'll do, pig, that'll do. Like, I'm just working on Onami print stuff. The usual. Well, no, my usual is assistant work. I'm not doing assistant work today. I will later. I'm probably going to need a break from Onami stuff later, so I will probably work on it then. So. But thankfully, I don't have to get up so early tomorrow for my next doctor's appointment. Oh, I guess I could close some of these other files that I don't need open anymore. And then once I'm done with the storyboard, I'm gonna go back to the, like the making of Onami section, and I'm gonna go edit that. Putting in all of my images, and getting the images ready for print, because I have to take all the color out of everything for this print job. Because I was going to originally just print everything as color, and if I just print everything as, like, gray... Yeah, it was super short yesterday. Wait, stream from yesterday was super short? Was it? I thought I streamed for like 3 hours yesterday. There was a stream from a couple, I think like a couple days ago that was really short. It was like maybe like 30 minutes or something. Let's see. What day was that? Yeah, on the 23rd, I only had like a 34-minute stream that was really short. A 3-hour stream is not short for me. Well, I mean, a 3-hour stream could be short for me. Because, I mean, dude, like, the thing is, though, is it's really easy for me to stream a lot longer. But YouTube, if you stream longer than 12 hours, it only keeps the first 12 hours for the VOD. So... No, you're good. You're good. I was like, oh, maybe you missed my other stream. My stream from yesterday. So, I'm trying to be way more consistent about streaming now, so. And I know it's going to take some time to build trust back with my audience, but that's okay. I'll work on it. New record shortest stream challenge. Stream like as soon as it goes live, turn it off. See if I can get a stream that's under a minute long. Oh wait, I put it in the wrong- oh my gosh, I put that in the wrong file. Alright, page 18 to 25. Woo! We're almost there, guys. Yeah, I was in Colorado for only about 4 days, so I wasn't there very long. How is it that I can watch a stream for 2+ hours but hardly sit down for a movie nowadays? Because with the movie you don't get to directly engage with it like you do a live stream. I'm a real breathing person that you can actually interact with and have fun with, rather than just like, you know, watching a movie that you can't really get like engagement out of. I think it's different. That's my theory anyway. I'm just guessing. Brightness. Save. Oh, I forgot to save the previous page. Save your pages! AI viewers boo. Let's see. Delete that. I love getting spam messages on Twitch. It never happens on YouTube. Never happens on YouTube. I always get like spam comments on Twitch. I was literally just like watching, there's this YouTuber, Wavy Web Surf or something, and he was like talking about streamers who like got caught doing things during their stream. It's really funny. You've seen Spider-Man twice already in 2 different formats. I don't think I've ever sat down and watched a full Spider-Man movie, like beginning to end. I don't think I've ever done that. I don't know, Spider-Man is just not one of the heroes that I am overly excited about. Part of me is torn on this one shot if I should like edit it and like try to make it look good, or if I should like print the original one shot as it was with Viz, and like not make any edits to it. But part of me is like, there are so many edits that I want to make it better. Did you like them? Oh, you're talking to Steven. Oh. Page 20, we're almost done, guys, and then I get to work on a different part. What's really funny is the next part is basically going to be more of the same. It's going to be more copy, pasting, resizing, all that stuff. I really don't want to give myself the extra work, and I kind of want to be honest with like, no, this is what it really was. You know, like this is what this is what I actually did and submitted with Viz. You know, like I don't want to change anything. So, but part of me is like, it's just a few edits. But part of me is like, no, dude, like own your mistakes. Like it's okay. I really don't want the extra work because it's gonna take me so much more. But I also want to have like a really nice book out. But like my one of my friends suggested that I could edit it later. During because like if Onami like ever gets serialized with someone, then I can just edit it later and be like, now you have your one-shot version and you have your like edited version that's like supposed to be chapter 1, you know what I mean? So if I ever got serialized, I mean the Onami one-shot would end up becoming like chapter 1 basically. So well, that's what I would do. So and it's like, you'll have time to edit it then. So I'm trying to like not give myself more work than I have to. Because I really want to get this out the door. There's LA Comic-Con in like a couple weeks. Like 2 months basically, and I'd really like to have this even if it's just a sample, I'd really like to have this book there so I could at least have the sample with me. Because I would love to do the Kickstarter later this year, or maybe do it, like, have the Kickstarter live at LA Comic-Con, so that I can, like, promote it while I'm there. So at minimum, I want to have the sample before LA Comic-Con, so... Because, like, there's a few panels that I'm not happy with, but... But the other reason I want to get this done is because I've been trying to get this done for, like, the last year, and I just kind of want it done. Hi, Nero! What's up? How are you doing? Hey yo, hey yo. I didn't even realize this made a really nice arc. I didn't even notice that. You're good. I was like, maybe they don't know what account they're on. Writing question. Do you think fully writing the script and story first before drawing is good, or should I draw while writing? I think it depends on you. If you're working with a publisher, you absolutely have to have your story written first, even if it's just a vague idea, because if you're wanting to submit to publishers, you have to have your story, at least at minimum, your story outline done, because they will ask for it. They're not going to print you without knowing where your story is going. But if you're just doing like self-publishing or whatever, it doesn't really matter, whatever you're most comfortable with. Some people like to see how the stories naturally evolve over time, and some people like knowing where it's going. And I'm one of those people. Like, I want to know that Godsbane has a beginning, a middle, and an end. I want to know where it's going. I don't want to be having to do that guesswork, because I'm like, I've done the hard part, now I just need to... Well, I say the hard part in terms of writing, because it's like, how's the story going to end? What's it going to look like? How long is it going to be? And also, I don't want to be working on Godsbane forever. Like, I have other stories I want to work on. Like, now I want to do Onami, too. And so, in order to do Onami, Godsbane has to end at some point. In order to work on Briar Ghost, if that one ends up never getting picked up by Viz, because I really do want to do Briar Ghost now, like, then Onami has to end. Godsbane has to end. Like, I need to have endings for my stories, and I don't want to be working on the same story for 20 years. They want to know the ending. Like, when you submit to Viz, they want to see your entire story outline. Like, even if it's just, like, a few sentences, like, per chapter or something, which is what I did. Like, they want to see what is your beginning, where is your middle, what is the end. Like, they want to see, because they're basically, and part of the reason is they don't want stories to go on forever, right? Like, if a publisher is going to pick you up, they are taking a gamble on you financially, their time-wise, because that money and time is stuff that they're not going to get back, and realistically, like, they have to pay their people in order to work with you. Like, your editor has to get paid, your letterer has to get paid, all those people have to get paid, and so they are investing in you. They need to make sure that they are comfortable with your story and where it's going to go and how long it's going to be. Because the longer your series is, the riskier you are. Every single book will sell less than the previous book. That's almost always true. Now, it's a little different when, say, that manga gets an anime, and then all of a sudden you may have, like, a resurgence or whatever. Like, you may have, like, one volume that may outsell the other volumes. That's been known to happen. But if you're doing just a one-shot, you still need to have the ending done. Like, you can't submit an unfinished one-shot. if you're doing a one-shot, but like I said, it just depends. Like, everything is, like, everything, like, the answer to everything is it depends. If you're doing a one-shot for a publisher, like, have your, like, Viz, for example, they want you to submit, like, a finished one-shot to them. Which means it's done, it's written, it's drawn, it's done. You submit it to them, and then if they want to work with you, then they will give you feedback and you rework it. That's really normal in any manga publisher relationship, right? You know, and then for me, now that I'm in the one-shot program, like, I send storyboards. Like this artwork is what I sent to Hisashi-san to get his approval, or to get his feedback. After I was already in the program, the thing that I sent him initially was the original version of the Onami one-shot, which was the 2020 version. I can show you guys what that looks like. Hang on, let me find my mouse. So for example, let me bring this window to you guys. So, like, for example, like, this is the original one-shot that I did many years ago. Actually, sorry. So, like, this is what I sent him. Like, I sent him a full completed one-shot that was, at that time, 3 years old. So it was really not my best work, but it was, here's the basic of the character, like, you know, here, and he knew what I could draw now, because he'd already seen my portfolio. So he knew that this was old, he knew this wasn't my best work, but it was, like, the basic idea of what I wanted for the story. And he was able to look at it and say, I like this part, I don't like this part. I like this part, but I don't like that part. And from there, I sent him sketches and reworked it again and again until he was happy with it. Exactly. If you can't finish a story, then you're not ready for publishing. And that's the thing, is that's why they like one-shots. Is the one-shots prove that you can wrap up you can tell a whole completed story. You can start it, you can develop it, and then you can end it, and end it in a way that is satisfying. And if you can't even do a one-shot, my personal opinion is, if you can't do one-shots, you're not ready for a full story. That's a personal opinion. You know, I'm sure other people will disagree with me. Some people feel that they do better with long stories than they do short stories. But if you can't finish something that's short, how do you expect to be able to finish something that's long, that has more threads and more things that you have to prevent from being too tangled or too, like, fucky-wucky? You know what I mean? So, just a personal take. And that's why I put God's Bane on hold for so long, is because I was doing a lot of really short stories. Like I worked on Onami, and I had like a couple other short stories that I did that I never posted, that were maybe like 20 pages or less. I just did like little private short stories that I don't really want to share with anyone. They're like private stories about like me and my own life, and maybe like not safe for work stories of my characters and stuff. So like, you know, I have a bunch of short stories that I did on my own, practicing that skill to be able to write something beginning, middle, and ends. And then I have beta readers, and I got feedback on them and stuff. But writing a completed story is really hard. Like, writing a satisfying, complete story is really, really difficult. So, I think a lot of people underestimate how hard that is. No, absolutely not. One-shots don't normally end on a cliffhanger. And I think that's because for a lot of people, cliffhangers are not a satisfying ending. The whole purpose of a one-shot is to make it so that way if there are no other pages added, if there are no other chapters or whatever, then, like, it needs to be able to stand by itself. That's the point of the one-shot. Your one-shot should not be written as a chapter 1. Your one-shot should be written as a complete standalone story with no additional other pages, nothing else added to it, and it should be satisfying by itself with nothing else. That's how a one-shot should be written. But a lot of people, because they know that one-shots end up becoming chapter 1s, they write it like a chapter 1, and that's not how it should be done. And that's personal opinion, but it's an opinion that I will stand by. That is a hill I will die on. Mm-hmm. Now, the thing is a one-shot can hang on a cliffhanger if you want the ending to be open-ended. The problem, though, with that is cliffhangers are not usually satisfying endings. But see, here's the thing. You're not Horikoshi. Most people are not Horikoshi. The thing is, Horikoshi has infinitely more experience than 90% of people, like that are trying to get started, right? And so, let's say like 99% of people, he's got way more experience than. And so, he is not playing by the same rules that everyone else is. If you are a brand new mangaka, you have no affiliation, you have no editor, you are not playing by the same rules and expectations that someone like Horikoshi is, because he can get away with more stuff that newbies can't. And that's the thing I think a lot of people fail to realize, is just because your idol or whoever other mangaka that's already been published 50 million times, like, just because he does something or they do something, like, that doesn't mean that newbie mangaka can also do that thing and get away with it. Like, that is something you have to work your way up to. He has had far more practice doing one-shots. And that's why I really love the fact that they're, like, publishing all of these books that have, like, professional mangakas. It has, like, their collection of one-shots. Is, if you read them, you can see how they've improved. Like, for example, Akira Toriyama's Manga Theater. You can see how much he grew from the very first one-shot that he published, all the way to the point where when he finally got the, his first serialization, which was Dr. Slump. Like, you can see the improvement so much And those were only the one-shots that actually got published. That's not including all of the one-shots that he did that didn't get accepted, that didn't get published, that were told, nah, I don't want to work on that. And he talks about that, how many one-shots that he drew. Like, and so that's the thing, is most people, they'll do like 1 or 2 one-shots and they go, I'm ready for a series. No, some of these mangaka like had to do 7, 8, a dozen, 2 dozen one-shots before they got their first serialization. That is way more practice than the average like non-Japanese mangaka that at least that I talk to. They've done maybe 1 one-shot, 2 one-shots, 3 one-shots, you know, like they've yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. I absolutely love manga theater. It's one of my favorite books whatsoever. It's one of my favorite books ever. And it was so eye-opening to me. It was Hisashi-san actually recommended it to me. He also recommended Mermaid Saga, because Mermaid Saga was actually written sort of in like a one-shot format, where like each of the stories for Mermaid Saga can stand alone by themselves. So Mermaid Saga is more of an anthology that has like a connecting thread. It's like the same characters and you do see their relationships evolve. But Mermaid Saga and like Mushishi are more episodic in the fact that they can kind of stand alone by themselves, but there is like an under core that connects them all. Yeah. Oh, I think there's like 3 or 4 of them from Fujimoto. I have 2 of them. You know, or people will look at stuff like Goodbye Eri or Look Back and go, well, I can make a 200-page one-shot. And it's like, Fujimoto can make a 200-page one-shot. You can't. You're not ready for that yet. You know, and I mean, hey, if maybe people start longer and then they work their way down, that's okay too. If you want to start with a 200-page one-shot and then like work on the skill set of being more efficient over time, that's okay too. One of the things that Hisashi-san told me is it's better to make your one-shot as long as it needs to be for the first run, and then after that work it down and make it more efficient through multiple revisions. So you don't necessarily have to say, oh, well, I'm only gonna allow myself 50 pages. If you have to start with 100 pages and then work your way down through revisions, that's perfectly fine too. You know, and that's the problem that I have, is I'm used to doing one-shots that are like 40 to 50 pages. And so it's taking me multiple revisions to get my work down to the level that I want. Like, for example, my next one-shot, I want to be 35 pages or less. And I'm really struggling because I'm not used to telling a story in only that number of pages. And so it's taking me lots of revisions to get it down shorter, but have it be a good story too. You know, Hisashi-san's always telling me, make it good, then make it short. Right? And so it's okay. And I feel like a lot of mangaka, like indie mangaka, don't want to do revisions. And it's like, if you want it to be good, you're going to need to be okay doing revisions. Like, you need to accept that that is going to be part of your life. And I affectionately call it revision purgatory. But it's not really that bad. It's frustrating. It is sorry, I got distracted. It is absolutely frustrating, and I hate being there, and it feels bad, and it feels sucky, because it's like, I'm not good at my job, and I'm not good at doing this, and I'm a bad mangaka, blah, 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 blah. But it's like, you just have to accept that, like, doing revisions is the thing that you're gonna have to do. It's okay to do revisions. Yeah. You know, like, there are people that are like, oh, so-and-so's not putting out anything, so-and-so's not putting out anything, and it's like, yeah, because I'm doing revisions. like, I'm doing revisions! What do you want me to do? I've had people call out my name specifically and being like, our Chrome doesn't put anything out. Our Chrome's not putting anything out. They're not doing anything. You know, they're a loser. They've given up. And it's like, no, bitch, I'm doing revisions. Shut the up. Like, sorry, I'm not just putting out the first thing that pops out of my brain. Like, I'm actually working through things and making them better. That means that, but also, like, I don't feel like talking about and sharing everything that I'm working on. And so, yeah, it looks like I'm not putting out anything, but it's because I'm spending the time working on myself to make it better. And what that means is putting out less stuff as often, and that can feel really bad, because, like, social media, you want to put stuff out, you want to share what you're working on, like, you know, all that stuff. That's why I stream it now, is like, look, I'm doing things. Look, I'm doing things. So, it's complicated, right? Sorry, I'm yapping way too much. But it's frustrating when people, like, DM me and they're like, oh, are you working on anything? Did you give up? And I'm like, no! I don't, like, blast everything that I'm working on all over the internet all the time anymore. I used to be that person. But nowadays, I don't want to talk about something and then have that not be what ends up happening, you know what I mean? Like, that's why I haven't talked a whole lot about the Onami Kickstarter yet. It's because I'm waiting until the page is ready for launch. No, you're good. That's literally why I like streaming, is I get to talk to people. Like, never apologize for talking to me in my stream. How dare you? How dare you talk to me in my own stream? No, please keep talking. I like talking. Clearly, right? I like talking. I have a problem. I like talking that much. But yeah, I would definitely recommend for one-shots, focus on not having a cliffhanger. Because a cliffhanger, to me, kind of sometimes feels like a cop-out. Where it's like, oh, because I can't make an ending, so I'm just gonna leave it open-ended. It's like, no, make an ending. Commit! Burn the boats! Commit! Oh yes, this was another page that I changed. So this one, once I copy it in really quick. This one was also supposed to be just a single page, but Hisashi-san wanted the manga to end on the left page. Yeah. So he wanted this to end on the left page. So I ended up making it a 2-page spread. I mean, you're supporting other mangaka, like, so, I mean, I can see how it can be a problem for you, because you need the money. But I mean, you're supporting other mangaka. I have a problem where I just keep buying, like, indie manga. Like, I'll go buy other people's manga, and then it's like, oh, well, I guess I needed that money. So I have a similar problem. I just love buying indie manga. I have, like, a whole shelf dedicated to it. I also have a problem buying manga in general. I have over 1,200 volumes of manga. I can show you guys my collection if you want. I also have a problem. Let me send it to myself. I'll show you guys my problem. Let's see. I'll just email it to myself. Sorry, I gotta scroll through all my photos to go find it. Sorry guys, give me a second. Where is that photo? No, I'll just download it from my text message because I recently sent it in a text group. Nope, wrong text group. I'll just download it. That way it'll be like in my recent images. Download. Okay. Mail. Compose. No! I said compose, not reply. Photos. To make sure I only selected me to mail it to. Because it likes to bring up people you've recently emailed. And so I almost sent it to Hisashi-san by mistake. That would have been really embarrassing. He would have just been like, what is this? I'm like, no, don't look at it! I think everyone has that problem. Where they're just like they don't, spend money on what they should. There it is. Look at this. It's too many. I have too many books. Here, let me resize this a little bit better. You can also see Miso here in the corner. This is all. And here's the thing, though. a lot of these, like a lot of these have books at the, like in this one, you can see that there's more back here. So some of these cubes double the books. Oh wait, can you guys see it? Hang on a second. Hang on, I don't know if you guys can see it. One sec. I don't see it. Hang on. Okay, need to figure out why. Filters. Hang on, give me 1 second. Properties. There we go, I got it. I figured it out. There we go. It's a lot of books. So I too have a problem. I too have a problem. But like I said, some of these cubes here, there's like double the books. Like this one, there's a whole, like, see this row of books? There's a whole nother row of books behind. You can just barely see it. It's like there's a whole nother row of books back there. Same thing with this one. There's a whole nother set of books back here. You can see there are more books back here. This one has 2 rows of books and then books on top. Like, there's 1,200 books here. And then here's me still in the corner. But yeah, like, yeah. It's not that I had a lot of money. I've slowly collected these books over the years. This is like 10 years worth of collecting. And if you do the math on that, that's like only like 100 books a year. Never mind. Never mind. That's still really bad. But a lot of the books, and see, here's the sad part. A lot of the books that I have bought, I don't have anymore because I donate them when I'm done with them. And so like up here is like my English collection, you know, like up here, and there's like a few over here. But most of these books aren't even in English. Like, these are all, like, Japanese books. Almost all of these on this lower section are Japanese. And then over here is, like, my comic collection, like, Western comic collection. I donate a lot of what I read. And a lot of these were given to me by someone who had to move to... They were moving. They were in the military and they were moving. And so, a lot of these books I'm selling. So... because I want the money. I got these for stupid cheap. Stupid, like, when I say stupid cheap, like $2 a book. That's how much I got them for. And I've gone through and I've read all the ones that I want to read. And so now I'm selling all of them, so yeah. Because yeah, I don't want to have this many books, to be completely honest. And so I'm going to sell what I can. And then what I can't sell, I'm going to donate to local organizations, because we've got like a Japanese consulate nearby. And so I'm going to sell what I can, and I'll just donate the rest. Or I might just donate all of them. I don't know. I'm waiting to hear back if there's anywhere that wants the Japanese books. So. But yeah, that's my book collection. And that's the other thing is, like, when I tell people I read manga, I'm dead serious. I prefer to read manga over watch anime. Like, I'm serious. I mean it. Some of the Japanese ones were spicy books. Some of them were spicy books. Yeah. Yeah, there's lots of places that sell Japanese manga. You know, the thing is, though, is that in order to sell all those books, I'll be making enough money that I have to apply for, like, legal business stuff. So, like, I'll have to get, like, a legal business certificate out of my county and all that fun stuff. Just the way that the county and, like, local state rules are. I don't have a Kinokuniya. Not the closest Kinokuniya is, like, 9 hours away. And they better be paying me some good money if I'm gonna sell those books and drive 9 hours. That's like 4 tanks of gas. Easy. It's easily 4 tanks of gas, and I have a Jeep. I could easily transport all of the books. Super easy to transport them all. But like I would expect like a decent amount of pay for all the books. I've thought about eBay, yeah. But like I said, before I do all that stuff, like I need to have the proper authorization and proper business permit and all that stuff, just because of the way that the state of Tennessee works. Because even if I just sold every book for $5, that's like $5,000 to $6,000 that I would be making. And like I have to pay taxes on all of that money, and I have to have permits to have a small business online. Tennessee is really, really weird about business laws and stuff. Plus, I need to update my own one anyway. It's been a year, so I need to update my own anyway, because, you know, I'm a freelancer, so I have to update it anyway, so. September 1st is when I have to update it. Because I got my permit last year in August, and so, by the end of the month, it'll expire. Yep. In Tennessee, oh yes. Like, even if you're gonna be selling personal stuff, yeah. And it's because of how much money you're gonna be making. Like, Tennessee's really weird about that. The thing is, though, is if you bring in X amount of money, that qualifies you as a business. So, like, because I have to pay taxes to so whatever I sell, even of my personal stuff, I have to pay taxes to my county for that. Technically. And that's if you report it. But because I'm going to be making, because of how much I expect to make from selling those books, I need to do the responsible thing, because heaven forbid the county that I'm in comes down on me. Heaven forbid, right? Plus, I've already made enough money this year with all of my freelancing that I have to file already. So yeah, just the amount of money I've made yeah. Well, see, and so the part of that is because Tennessee doesn't have state income tax. We're an state income tax free state, but that doesn't mean you're free from your county tax. That's why I tell people, pay attention to where you live. Like, double check all your local laws. Because I have to pay tax to my county. Yeah, exactly. That's why people are like, oh, like, I'll just start a small business. I'm like, are you sure about that? Oh, and sometimes you have to pay a fee to have your own business. I have to pay, I think it's like $60 or something for that permit. Like, I forget how much it is, but there's money I have to pay to have that permit. Yeah, so once you license yourself after selling the books... No, you have to do it before you sell the books. You have to do it before you sell the books. Because you basically have to create a business entity, and so in order to sell the books. I mean, I guess technically... Okay, I'm not a lawyer, right? So I can't give legal advice. I'm just going on base what I was told when I went into the county's clerk's office and they said, we want you to do this. So that's what I'm going to do. Like, I'm just going on the advice that I was given from my county clerk. The problem is you will always have to pay taxes. Like, that's the thing, is you always have to pay, like, you don't get out of taxes just because you stop, like, just because you do the paperwork doesn't mean you don't have to pay the taxes. You still have to pay the taxes. The thing is, though, is it's the honor system, right? That's why a lot of people will require their businesses be paid only in cash, because then that's not tracked, as well as, like, digital payments. That's why there are some people who will do shady business by operating a cash-only business. I don't want to do that, because I don't want that to come down on me in the future. So I will operate a legal business with a legal entity. Basically, I'm doing all the stuff people say, oh, don't do that because, like, you know, fuck the government, like... Yeah, like, I'm basically going to operate as a legal business, because there are things that I want to do, like, because I'm basically operating as myself, right? And so that means that I'm freelancing as a manga assistant. I'm also going to be selling my own printed books once my books are printed. I'm also going to be like going to like events and conventions and be able to table. So I'm going to need to have a legal business entity. You know, I'm what's the other thing that I'm doing? I'm also going to be tutoring artwork and manga as well. So like I need to be, because I'm going to have so many different streams of revenue, I need to be legal. Plus, I've done work for the US military based, so the local area that I'm at, there's a convention at one of the military bases, and they always invite me. Well, in order to do that, I have to have a legal contract with the US military to be able to do that. So in a way, I'm also a contractor for the military every single year. And so because of that, I don't mess around with the government because I have connection to the US military as a contractor to do a convention every year as a guest. So I always make sure I do stuff legally. In fact, it took me 4 months to do the paperwork to be able to be at this convention because you have to have this paperwork and you have to have this ID number and you have to have this and that and that. And it's so frustrating to do the paperwork just to be allowed to enter the base to do convention stuff. It's really frustrating. And so, yeah, I am having to do legal stuff. It's really annoying. So yeah, you have to pay, and that's the other thing is every single county, every single country, every single state is going to have different rules. And so you always have to check what the rules are. Yeah, for a con, yeah. Basically, I'm a live drawer, and I do like a little spiel talking about making comics and making manga every year. Yeah, because so all military bases, they have a department called MWR, and MWR is morale, welfare, and rest, I think. Basically, the point of the MWR department of a military base is to provide recreational. Well, that's what that R is, recreation. So MWR is morale, welfare, and recreation. And the idea is that it's the stuff that soldiers can have to do that isn't military related. So, for example, MWR will have things like camping on a base, or it could have like paintball fields, or it could have an arcade. It could have like, it's like the fun rest relaxation stuff for the military members and their families to be able to participate in, to be just regular human beings, to live a normal life. Because when you live on base, all the fun stuff may be outside of the base, right? And so if they don't want to have to leave the base, you know, everything can be inside the base. Basically, you can have, basically a base is like an entire city. Everything you would need is on the base. Like the hospitals, the fun stuff to do, libraries, everything is on a base. Everything. Like anything you could possibly need is going to be within a base. And so, my dad actually works for the MWR department. And so, or he used to. I think he still kind of does, kind of half and half. But the point is that some bases hold like comic conventions, or like pop culture conventions is probably a better way of describing it. Is they're like pop culture conventions where, you know, they'll bring in like maybe movies, or they'll have like cosplay contests, or they'll have like live illustrators like I do, or maybe anyone who lives on the base, especially like family members of soldiers, maybe they have small businesses, or maybe they're creative people, and so or maybe like local people, local vendors around the area. Like for example, there's a decent comic culture in Nashville, and so like folks can come up from Nashville and like sell their wares there or whatever. But the thing is because the convention is on a military base, there's a whole bunch of like extra paperwork and stuff that you have to do because it's military. It's a secure facility. Like every time I take myself in, I get like for the con, I get my car stopped at the gate, and they have to go through my stuff because I have all my equipment and boxes and bins, and oh no, what's in there? I'm like, oh, I'm here for the convention. Oh, we're gonna have to search your vehicle. I'm like, okay. Go for it. I promise I'm legal. Like, because even to get on a base, you need permission. Or you need to have, there's like a visitor center that you have to go to. Yeah, there's like a visitor center that you have to go to, and you have to give them your ID and all, make sure you like show that your vehicle is legal and insured and blah, 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 all that fun stuff. And for me, I usually don't have to worry too hard about having a reason to go on base, because usually I go see my dad or whatever who works on base. But, I mean, they'll let civilians on base. It's fine. You just have to stop at a visitor center and get permission. And then if you're going to sell stuff on the base, you have to have all these, like, like insurance, for example. I have to have insurance. And it costs me, like, $100 to have insurance for, like, the one day of the convention. Which is, and I have to show proof that I have that insurance. Heaven forbid someone gets hurt or something. And it's my fault. Like, don't fuck around with the military. So yeah, it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. Okay, now that I'm done yapping. Bum, bum, bum. So, well, I've gotten a few pages of my one-shot written and characters thought out, so I feel accomplished. Yeah! Yay, doing stuff! Alright, story, sort, page file names. Okay. Alright, so since I have the file open, we're gonna open this one. So, so I'm actually going to move some stuff around. This, I'm actually going to move. I really like this song. This is a nice one. Oh yeah, like being an artist is complicated. To keep you yapping, I'm still new to your channel. How did you find your editor? Oh, so I love telling that story. This is a fun story. I love telling this story. So my editor is Hisashi Sasaki. He's a former Weekly Shonen Jump editor-in-chief. And I found him through, oh, hang on, let me find this layer really quick. I get to play what layer is this game? It's like my least favorite game ever. I found him through actually traveling for work. So one of the things I used to do is I used to be a community manager, or associate community manager. Oh, bye Nero, thanks for joining. Have a good day, bye. I can spell today. Anyway, so, whoopsies. What did I do? There we go. Hang on one sec, there we go. So I found him, so I ended up going to San Diego Comic-Con in 2023 for work. And the reason why I went is I was actually asked to be a speaker on a panel at San Diego, that year. And so I was actually going to, speak at that panel, and which was a panel about making manga. And so after the panel was over, I was like, well, since I'm going to be there, let me just go ahead and do work for my company while I'm there. And so I was doing things like going to meetings, checking on publishers and partners and independent creators and taking photos and posting to social media, basically like, hey, we're here at San Diego Comic-Con. And whenever I'm at a convention, or whenever, well, I say am as if I still work at Global Comics. I don't work at Global Comics anymore. But when I was there, one of the things that they always did for me is like, hey, if you want to have maybe like a half day off, or if there's a full day that you want to have off just to go enjoy the convention, just let us know. And we'll make sure we find time for you to actually go and enjoy the convention. And so when I saw that Viz Media was doing like portfolio reviews, I was like, hey, that would be a really, really fun thing to be able to write about for the Global Comics blog. And I was getting like a portfolio together for them. And so on the day of the portfolio review, I had my files, I had my Samsung Galaxy tablet, and I had a couple things that I had to go do before that, at the convention, like a couple things for work, because I only had like the latter half of the day off. And so after I do all the stuff I had to do for Global Comics, I went to the area of the convention where I was gonna meet with the editors, and I did not know that Hisashi-san was gonna be there. I thought it was just like a general portfolio review, and there was no knowledge that the one-shot program existed yet. That was still like private information. None of us knew that they were going to be launching this program, and so most of us were just there like, oh, it'd be really cool to get some feedback on my portfolio. And it was while I was sitting at the portfolio review, I was just looking for files. It was while I was at the portfolio review, sitting in the group waiting for my turn, that I realized that I had the wrong file with me. And so I had, instead of the portfolio that I had prepared, I had a sort of like half-finished pitch document, because I was working on submitting Godsbane, which is like my main manga series. I was working on preparing a pitch document to be able to pitch Godsbane to the Visit Originals program, which had already existed for about 5 years at that point. And that was the file that I had with me. So not only did I have the wrong document, I didn't even have a finished document with me. And so I'm like panicking, right? Like I was so upset. And I'm like, oh my god, this is gonna be a bad first impression to Viz Media. Like I don't have the right file, and it's like the cardinal sin to go to a portfolio review and not have your portfolio. I didn't even have, so not only that, I didn't even have a digital version of my portfolio that I could show them online somewhere, because I got rid of my ArtStation, and so I literally had no portfolio at all that I could show them. I didn't even have like a good Instagram that I could show, because I don't post a lot of my work online anymore. And so I was really freaked out and panicked, and Kamakodio, which is one of my friends, they were who I was sitting next to while I was waiting for my turn. They're like, no, like you should just like tell them what you have, and just be honest, because like I still had all of the essential things that they needed to see in the pitch document. It just wasn't finalized, and that was stuff like background artwork and character artwork and character sheets, and like sample sequential pages. Like I still had all of that stuff. And so when we were still waiting, and I remember I saw this guy, like there were 3 people at the review. There was a woman and there were 2 men, and then the guy in the middle had like glasses and a beanie on, and I remember like I didn't know who he was, but he looked really familiar. It was one of those situations where it's like, I think I know who that is, or I feel like I should know who that is. And so I turned to Komikori and I'm like, hey, who's the guy in the middle? And she goes, oh, that's Hisashi Sasaki. And I was like, the Bakuman guy? And I was like, oh my god, like, this is my first impression to the Bakuman guy who was like a Shonen Jump editor. Oh my god, like, I was like hyperventilating. I literally thought I was gonna throw up right there where I was. And I was like, no, I'm not gonna do this. I'm just gonna leave. And she's like, no, like remember, like, just ask, maybe they'll look at it. And so when I got up there, they called my name, it was my turn to go up. I was like, hey, sorry, like, I want to tell the story, so, like, I stopped moving stuff around, but, I basically was like, hey, like, thank you for doing this. I just want to let you know that I don't have the correct document. I was working the convention earlier today for my company. And so I basically, like, I didn't have the time to go get the correct file for you. Like, my hotel is really far away. But this is what I have. And they're like, well, does it have X, Y, and Z? And I'm like, yes, it does. It has all of those things. It's arranged as a pitch document because I'm currently making a pitch for Visit Originals to be able to submit to you guys later. But unfortunately, that's all that I have. Will you be willing to look at it? And they're like, yeah, absolutely. We just can't look at it as a pitch. We'll just look at it the best we can as, look at the individual artwork as it is rather than judging it as a pitch document. I'm like, okay, cool, that's fine. And so I sat down and I remember, I showed, let me see if I can I should have it on my computer. Let me go look it up, and I'll show you the image that I showed them, because Hisashi-san recognized the cover that I showed him. He's like, oh, I've seen that before. And I was like, what? What? Don't tell me that. You're making me really scared. Let me find it. Let me see. It'd be Manga Viz Portfolio 2023. Let me turn on my preview pane. Okay. So this was the file that I shared with them, and he saw this cover, and he's like, I've seen this before. And I was like, no, don't tell me that. Like, he's like, no, where have I seen this before? And it just so happened that, so this was July of 2023. In May of 2023, I had posted God's Vein onto Manga Plus Creators, and I got 7th at the end of the month. I was at 5th for quite a while. I was in the top 5 for the majority of the month. And then in like the last week, I got knocked down to 7th. I was like, oh, well, I posted it to Manga Plus Creators. He's like, oh yeah, that's probably where I've seen it. Because it was the same cover. And I was like, oh my god. Because this cover was the cover that I had on Manga Plus Creators. So that's probably where he recognized it. But this is I believe this is the file that I showed them. Let me see. No, this is not. It might be, maybe this one. Because it's like completely unfinished. Let me find it. No, I think I did end up finishing it. No. I don't remember, but basically the file was like completely, it looks like I've worked on it since, because this is 8/2, and I would have worked on it 7/22. Okay. Anyway, the point is that he recognized it, and it was really scary that he recognized it. And so we went through the review, we looked at all of my pages, you know, like the character artwork and sample sequentials and background artwork. We looked at all of that together. And then after that, he gave me feedback on, like I got feedback from both the woman who was there was a Viz Originals editor. And so I got feedback from her, and I got feedback from Hisashi-san, and their feedback was basically like, your art style looks too similar to Rumiko Takahashi. Like we can see it very clearly in your artwork. So a lot of these people, I definitely wouldn't say don't have the credentials. Well, I mean, I'm not the only person who's working with like Hisashi-san now. Like, there's actually a whole lot of us out there. A lot of people just don't say anything until like their first one-shot gets published. And so there's probably a lot more of us than you know. I've already had my first one-shot published, and so like I can talk about it. Like my first one-shot was published in 2024, so almost a little more than 2 years ago now. Yeah, August 7th of 2024 was when my first one-shot was published. And then I had to take about a year off because my health got really bad. I know that's so stereotypical of mangaka, but it really did. Like, I was falling asleep in meetings at work. Like, I'd be in the middle of a meeting and I would just conk out, just fall asleep. And so I had to look into why that was, and you know, we've since figured it out. And so it took me about a year to get diagnosed, figure out what the issue was, and then get the medication and have the medication start working to the degree that I could actually like be a functional human being again. But now that, you know, that's fine, in January again, I started submitting to Hisashi-san again, and so now I have a new one-shot that I'm working on. Thankfully, he liked the first idea that I sent him. He's like, I like the idea, but it needs to be reworked. And I'm like, okay, cool. So I'm really lucky that both times he liked the first idea that I sent him. He just was like, it needs to be refined a little bit. And so that's kind of what we're working on now, is working on refining the one-shot so that it's good enough to be able to publish it. But he likes my ideas, which is good. Like, I think that is like half the battle, is having an idea that he likes. I've been having a gap year myself. I mean, sometimes you gotta do it though. Sometimes you gotta take a break. There's just like no other way you can get around it. Sometimes it happens. Alright, so what I'm gonna do is, let me take a look at this other page. How many rows did I have? Give me 1 second, guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rows basically. So I'm probably gonna have the same. Actually, let me copy this. This image here. Oh, it's a whole folder. Damn. Let me copy this. Oh, come on now. I'm gonna copy this. Oh, no. I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna use this as a reference for this page. So I'm basically gonna do the same thing over here. So, and then I'll put that in blue. It'll just be a different one shot. So I'm probably gonna have to add an extra page here. So I can talk about stuff. Miso, stop! Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do something different. So let me save these pages really quick. Yep. I'm gonna duplicate this and we're basically gonna have like, we're gonna change it so that I've got the storyboards that I sent and then the feedback on the next page. That way I can have more room to talk about stuff. I don't know what this page is, so we're gonna save this too. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna duplicate both of these pages so I don't have to recopy all my files over. I'm gonna duplicate that page. Okay, and then I'm gonna duplicate this page. And then I need to duplicate it one more time. Oh, no, wait. Yeah, no, we're good. And then let me sort the file names. Anytime you move pages around or you change the order of pages, always, or you duplicate stuff, always sort your page file names because that's a really good way to get your files corrupted forever. Alright, so now I'm going to delete this one. I don't need it. This one I don't need. And then this will just be more like talky, whatever, talking about stuff that I need here. I'm gonna save that. And then what I'll do instead, that way the storyboards will have enough room to exist and be able for me to talk about stuff. What I'll do is I will move the storyboards over here. I'll basically just swap these two pages, basically. Move this over here. That way the storyboards are on the left, always. And then I'll have, like, room to kind of, like, talk about any changes or whatever. Actually, you know what? Let me just delete that. Let me just... I'm like trying to think of like what's going to be the easiest way for me to display all of this information. This is book design, baby. Oh yeah, book design. And this is an entirely separate skill by itself. Like, it's one thing to be able to draw manga, it's another thing to be able to make a book that looks interesting and is easy and flows well and all that fun stuff. And that's kind of what this middle section here is. Scabies, I know you kind of joined a little bit later. Basically what I'm making is I'm making the print edition of the one-shot that I made with Viz, because it did not get serialized, and so I'm making my own version of the print. And so the first section, which is like the first 55-ish pages, is the original one-shot itself that I did with Viz. And then there's the middle section here that talks about like how I went from like how Onami came to be, going all the way back to 2009 when I started thinking about like the main character. And then in 2016 I started actually finally drawing the character rather than just thinking about it. And then like all of that journey from concepting the character in 2016 to making the first one-shot in 2020 to meeting Viz and submitting and going through the process of revisions, and like all of that's going to be in here because I want to show people, because most people, like when they talk about, oh, this is how I got published with X and X and X or whatever, they don't go over all of the work that they had to do before that. And I want to be able to share that with folks. So And so then all of this stuff over here on this side will be like my thoughts on the process. And this is basically what I'll do. Oh. Hey, welcome. Thank you for subscribing. Thank yous. Oops, sorry. Welcome to the channel. Viz does not hold publication rights. Nope, nope, nope. Every single one of those rights belongs to me. That's the thing that, Scaby said, I'm sorry I worded it wrong. By credentials, did you mean that you have a better way of presentation, like more teaching way? Rather, oh, I see. Okay, you have a better way of presentation, like more a teaching way, rather than less streamers that turn a little more at doing than just explaining. Yeah, and I think part of that is I talk a lot. I talk a lot, and I'm willing to stop what I'm doing and talk about stuff, and I mean, it means that I don't get as much done, and I think that's why other streamers are kind of like that, is they're so focused on getting stuff done, which is fair. They're focused on getting stuff done and not talking as much. I don't mind talking. I don't mind talking, which can get me in trouble sometimes. So the thing is, Viz holds none of the rights. I can't go over the contract. I'm not going to share that information. But basically, like, you never lose your rights. The only thing that may change is you may have exclusivity rights, which basically means that I still own everything. I'm just allowing Viz to have exclusivity for it. So basically, like, when you publish with Viz, you can't share it anywhere else for X amount of time. And then after that, but I still own everything. I don't lose any rights. I'm sharing them with Viz. It's very, very, very different thing than saying, oh, Viz has all the rights. Like, so Viz doesn't hold the publication rights anymore. And so they don't have exclusivity anymore either. And so I'm allowed to publish this on my own. I'm allowed to make this version of the book because Viz doesn't have publishing rights or exclusivity rights anymore. So, and even then, like, usually all you have to do is ask them and say, hey, I didn't get serialized. Is it okay if I go print this? And they're like, okay. It just depends on you and your individual contract. Every contract's a little bit different. So, the answer is, I am yes. I can't say that about anyone else because I don't know what their contract looks like. But yeah, this is something I've already gone over with Hisashi-san. So we've already talked about this. He knows about this, basically. And that's the thing is, like, just talk to your publisher. Just talk to them. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people assume that I had to give Viz my rights, and they didn't get any rights. They got exclusivity rights. That's it. And it was temporary. And that's the other thing. Get an IP specialist. That's what I did. I had an IP specialist look at it and double check it for me. When in doubt, have it looked at. Always. It's always worth the money. It's always worth it to have it looked at by a professional. And so, you know, I knew what I was getting into when I signed the contract. Like, I was okay with it. I'm like, okay, cool. Like, I know what to expect. I know what this is looking like. So... Where does one find an IP specialist? Online. I can recommend one to you. The person that I trust is Gamal Hennessy. Let me just link his YouTube channel because he also has a YouTube channel. I'll just link his website. So here's his website. I always, always, always will trust Gamal Hennessy. here's his work. Here's his website, and then I'll grab his YouTube link as well, because he talks a lot on his YouTube channel about like creator stuff. He has like little short videos that he'll do, and he like brings a guest on and talks about stuff like that's relevant to like comic creators. So I definitely would recommend that you watch his content. And he's the sweetest person in person too. Like, oh, he's so nice. Has like the best, like the smoothest voice. It's really nice. He's really good. Yeah, here you go. And he also does like a free initial consultation too. Basically like what he can do is he can like have like you can send him the request and he'll have a free like basic consultation to talk about, hey, like here's what I can do for you, here's how much it's gonna cost, that way there's no blind side, like here's the options, here's what I can do for you, here's what I can't do for you, like that type of stuff. He always talks to people initially for free. And all you have to do is just book some time with him. It doesn't cost anything to have that initial conversation with him. But he also goes to conventions all the time. So. Mm-hmm. Yep, that's the same guy. Yep, he's who I talk to. So. He also can become, you can also, like, hold him as retainer. Which, if I ever become serialized, he'll be the first person I go to. You know, so, like, you know, so he also does that as well. So. Yeah, he's got yeah, I love this book. It's really helpful. But he also goes to like events and hosts panels about copyrights and all of those things and how the landscape is changing. He basically, like, if there's any laws that are changing, or like he's been talking about AI, you know, he's been talking about all of that stuff just to sort of keep relevant and up to date. And he posts really often too. And so it's a really great channel to follow to kind of stay up to date on like any rules or laws or whatever's changing, or just things to be aware of in the industry. Like, for example, with the whole diamond stuff that was going on. Right? It is. A lot of people don't realize how small it really is. But yeah, I highly recommend Gamal Hennessy. No worries, Scabies, if you gotta go work on stuff. I respect the hustle. Do the thing. Do what you gotta do. I always appreciate folks hanging out here with me, so. Alrighty. Now I gotta find my storyboard number 2. Okay. I'm pretty sure I know where those are. I say as I don't know where they are. Let's see if I can find them. Okay, manga, Onami, Onami. Oh, that's the old printed on demand files. Never mind. It probably was in my Dropbox. Oh, you know what? I can just go to my email and just get it from there. I'll just do the PDF thing again. It's fine, because they're just storyboards. I think that was the one that I sent in January of that year. Dun 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 dun. It was yeah, I think it was January. Let me see which one this is. Oh, it's gonna make me download it to look at it. January 2024 download anyway. I'm pretty sure this is it because the first one I submitted in October. Yep, this one's it. I'm pretty sure that's this one. Okay, well maybe not. Let me go look for the other one. So this is January. Did I submit again in March? I wonder if the one I have here then is storyboard number 2 and not number 1. Let me go look for my very first set submission. That would have been probably finished name submission. That's December. Okay, oh here's number 1. Okay, I found it. So here's number 1. Dun 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 dun. Oh yes. Okay, so the one I have here is actually number 2. So I can download this one. And this is actually number 1. Isn't that wild that I didn't remember which one was which? That's crazy. Okay. Alright, so now I have to open these ones as well. Okay, well, you know what? While I have them open, let's copy in storyboard number 3, since I have them already open, and then we'll work on the other ones. But I want to copy in the storyboards first. That way I know which ones are which. Oops. Alright, let's figure out how I want these in here. So we'll probably put this here. Storyboards number 3, and then we'll have them here, and then I'll have room for any commentary down here. But let's get these centered properly. Okay, and now we're gonna bring in our rulers, so that way it'll make it really easy to align things. Just gonna kind of roughly put them in, like kind of what I'm thinking, and then we'll fix it once we get stuff in, because I want this to be really clean. Kind of something kind of like that. Alright, so let's get all these in. Again. Guess what, guys? We get to copy paste all of my storyboards in again. We get to do it all again. Okay, so I'll need to adjust some of these lines a little bit. Yes. Because that's the height that I'm going to need to fit them all in, so... Why is... Oh, because I have the wrong line. There we go. Alright, this first row is going to be really important to get correct because it'll set the guidelines for everything else. basically get to do this entire process all over again of copying and storyboards. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna wait till everything is resized down, and then I'm just gonna flatten the layer, and then turn it into tones once it's all in there. This is the part about book design no one talks about because it's kind of boring. There we go. It's not the fun part. It's the really boring part. Because it's just copy, pasting stuff in. But it's really important to keep it pretty and clean. Simple and clean is the way that you're making me feel tonight. If you know what that's from, you get a cookie. I just realized that I have no way of making sure that these are the same height. Oh my gosh. Brain. Okay, well, I mean, it looks like I did a pretty good job guessing for the first couple. That was pretty close. Nope, saving. I know. I've got 50 million pages open. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. I might be able to make them just a little bit taller. Get off art stock. Yep, give me my cookie. Nom nom. Man. I'll give you 3 cookies. How about that? But how about 3 cookies? I might be able to make the storyboards just a little bit bigger than I originally planned. Okay, yeah, I'll be able to make these a little bit bigger than I originally planned. So let's do it. I'd like to fit 4. So wait, 4. I have how many of these? There's 12. Oh my god. Should I clip view? There's 24 of them. So I need to have 6 rows. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I got plenty of space. We can do 4 spreads each. So I'm gonna have to adjust things just a teeny bit in a second. That's okay. There we go. Because here I think I had 5. 1, 2. Wait. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, yeah. Oh, that's right. They were different proportions, so that's why. So I'll actually be able to fit a little bit more now in here. Apparently no chewing food emoji. Alright, so let's get the next row in. Oh, I gotta adjust all of these now too. Dang it, look what I did to myself. What all the work I gotta do now. That's okay, it's just this first row that sucks. Because you gotta make it all pretty and line up and stuff. And then once you get your grid put in, it's super easy to just throw everything in because everything will snap to the grid and it'll be super easy and quick. Just gotta put in that initial work. Ouch. So what I'll probably do is I'll delete any of these extra grids and I'll just put them in manually. Ouch. Alrighty, let's put in the next batch. The things I do for love. Alright, that's row 1. We're gonna make row 2. You know what? Let me make a folder. Let me name my stuff like a responsible person. Storyboards 3. Me being responsible? Never. That's too much work, besties. See, look, it automatically snapped. Super easy peasy. Now I can just take this guide, pull it up here. And it's an estimate, like I'm not trying to make it perfect. Got milk though. Got milk. Gosh, I remember those ads when I was a kid. Right. Alright, we can turn this. No, I'll leave it on. It's okay. And then next page. Page 6. Well, spread 6. I guess these are all spreads. These aren't individual pages. And if I did my math correct, it should line up, it should snap and be aligned perfectly. It's not! Uh-oh, I didn't do something right. That's okay. It's fine. Oh no, it's 2 millimeters off! Oh no! It's okay. It's fine, no big deal. I was thinking about putting all of the storyboards in, that way you can see, like, each individual version. I've thought about that too, about having maybe like all of the storyboards. That way it's like storyboards 1, storyboards 2, storyboards 3. Basically having like 2 pages for all the storyboards. I've thought about that as well. And I'm not sure about it. I mean, what do you guys think? Would it be better? Because what I want to do is I want to have the whole storyboard and then have the feedback on the like my thoughts about the feedback. But these storyboards are really hard to read because they're so small. Would you guys rather see, like, be able to kind of read the storyboards and then maybe have, like, my thoughts and feedback and whatever happened on the next page? Or would you rather have, like, the feedback, like, my thoughts and the feedback that I got and the storyboard on the same page? That way, the reason why I'm doing that is I don't want people to have to flip through back and forth. But when it's like this, like, it's really, really hard to read. Does that make sense? Like, I'm trying to figure out, like, what would be the best format for this book. Now that I'm thinking about it. Trying to think of, like, what people would enjoy more. Like, being able to read all of the old storyboards. Trying to think of, like, what would be better. Because I'd have 2 pages of Yap Yap. The easier to read option is better. So then what I could do is have, like, for example, with this one, it'd be the storyboards kind of taking over, like, both sides of the pages. And there'd be then a page after that that would, like, wouldn't have the storyboards, and it'd be, like, all the yap, like, here's my thoughts on the experience, you know, here's how the feedback went, here's how that did, and, like, here's how I did stuff, I guess. You know, so maybe it would be fine, sort of like here's how it felt getting feedback, and this is how I wanted to compartmentalize it, and so then this is what I did to get ready for the next revision, and then the next page would show, hey, like, this is the thing that I sent in next. So maybe that could be better. That way I can actually talk about, like, the mental experience of it, and the emotional feelings that like, the things that I felt, and, you know, all of that stuff. So maybe, yeah, that could be better in the long run, I guess. Yeah, I can agree. That'd be great. And then, okay, so then if I do that, then do you think that it would be better to not include the large version of the storyboards at the end? Because then what I could do is have, like, the storyboards in such a way that it's like, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever. I could make them a couple pages, let everyone read the full, like, really be able to read it each time. Basically what I'm thinking, let me show you what I was thinking, is, so, like, you know, we're all visual people, right? So what I could do, let's see if I can fit 2 of them. Because what I could do is something like this. I'd have to, like, figure out how to make it fit. I could do something kind of like this, where it's just like, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4. So I would need 10 pages, maybe, or I could do, like, what I could do is something like this, where I have, you know, they're kind of like this instead. You know, or I'd have maybe something kind of like this-ish. You know, it'd be all the different pages. Because the problem is the whole storyboards are now not gonna, because there's 50 pages. And so I have to consider that. So, like, if I do it this way, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I would need four of these to cover the whole storyboard. And there's 3 of them that I have to include in here. You know, it'd be like, here's the storyboards, but see, this is also still kind of hard to read. You know what I mean? Like, the text is really tiny. Well, I'm trying to think of what would be best for the reader. See, this is one of those situations where it's like, I'm thinking about what is the reader's experience going to be like versus just what I want to do and what's easier. Like, I'm not just trying to think about what's easier, like, what's also more interesting. You know, so I'm trying to think about that too. Because I feel like this is still too hard to read. And if I do 3 rows of books, that's also going to be hard to read. Because they still have to be this size anyway. So, you know, it would leave, like, a gap here at the bottom. But if I do something like this, I would need, I mean, I still have a bunch of extra pages, but it would offset having to include the entire larger storyboard at the end, because then they'd get to see all of the storyboards, not just the last one. So I think this might be better then, is then to go through each of the individual revisions. Like, show the storyboards, kind of like this, have maybe 2 pages, have 4 pages per page, show the whole storyboard. And then talk about the experience and, like, here was the thought process. That way other people can learn from my mistakes too. So that might be better. As far as, like, make it more valuable to the reader. And that way they can see, look at all of this work that I had to do. Like, because it's hard to respect the amount of pages, like, before you get there. So basically, I had to draw 150 pages before I got approved. And that's not counting the original one-shot. If you have the original, and that's the other thing, is I could also put the original one-shot in here too. Which was also 50 pages. So technically, I drew 200 pages before I got any approval at all. I'm not going to put the original 2020 one-shot in here, though. I mean, I could. Well, let me think about that, because I still have the original pages. Let me see what the page count looks like, and then I'll think about it. Because I'm also considering page count. Something I have to consider too. Okay, so now I have to, so let me close all my files. Let me save and close everything. I'm not sure. I'm still thinking about it, only because that adds like another 1, 2, 3, 4. That adds like another 10 pages to each storyboard. Is going to be at least 10 pages. No, I hadn't planned on including the original 2020 version. I was going to include the last version that got me, the last storyboards that got me approved. That was my original plan, was to only include that version. And now that I'm sitting here thinking about it, I think it would be more valuable for people to get all of the storyboards. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Can I get it down to 10? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, yeah, I only need 5. That's right. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let me see how much that actually looks like. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I want 5 pages away. Okay, so 1, 2. So each one of these rows is going to be one shot, and so starting from here. Starting from where? Starting from here. So 1, 2. Wait. So yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. No, this goes here. Oh wait. No. Never mind. Never mind. Put that back. Put that back. Oh, I have to do it myself. Okay. So starting from here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then feedback thoughts, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then feedback thoughts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 feedback thoughts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so I would still have enough space if I were to put in all of those. And then I'd have about 20 pages left for like final thoughts, what happened afterwards, and then the image gallery, which I don't remember how big my original image gallery was. Let me double check and see how big the image gallery was originally. Because I still want to have the image gallery. I have it on Global Comics, so let me open Global Comics really quick and see how big that release was. The image gallery had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 pages. So 24 would be 1, 2, 3, 24 to 56. Okay, so 30 pages. Okay, cool. So yeah, we'd be fine. We'd be totally fine. Even if I do that, I will still have plenty of pages. I just won't have the storyboard as like full individual pages. It would just be basically, these pages would be half the size. And hopefully still readable. That's literally what the proof is for. So if I make them half the size, so if I make the storyboards half the size, I can include all of the storyboards. So let me open this up and let me see how that compares to my phone, because I would like there to be a digital version of this, so I can compare how much of it's readable. on my phone. Yeah, see, the text isn't readable at that size. That's my one concern, is it really wouldn't be readable on a phone. Which really sucks, honestly, because I'd love there to be, like, a digital equivalent that people can read on their phones. Well, I mean, this is being made for print. Like, this is meant to be a print edition. So... yeah, so I'm trying to find my mouse here. There we go. Sorry, I'm doing math, really mental math really quick. Give me a second. Alright. Well, you know, I'm doing this for print, so this is meant to be a print version. It's not made for digital. So I think we'll be okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to decide, like, what I want to- this is, what I want to end up doing. This is book design for you. Okay, so then what I'll do, let me close this. Alright, so I'm going to recalibrate really quick. I'm going to do something really crazy, and I'm going to delete all of these pages, because I don't need them anymore. I know I just did all that work. But it's okay. It's fine. Delete pages. Yep. Okay, then what I'll do is then I'll copy in... okay, well, hang on. I can do 1, 2, 3, 4. How many spreads do I have each? 1 through 24. So 24 spreads. So if I'm going to have 4 pages per page, then I need 6 spreads to do them, to hold them all. So then what we'll do is we'll just grab 6 of these and we'll put that here. And then we'll add in a bunch more pages. Add pages. So we'll just duplicate those. It saves automatically. It's on autosave. We'll grab 6 more. Put that here. And grab 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, I guess I'm not counting the first page. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't need this one. Okay, and then story. Oh wait, yeah, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh yeah, I need that extra page because I need a reaction page. Never mind. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 reaction page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 reaction page. 1. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is that the reaction page? No. Reaction page. Okay, and then we'll have a couple pages after this to sort of react to the storyboard going live and how that whole process was. And then from here, actually, let me move this one at the end. Let me duplicate this one. This is why people get paid for book design. Because it's a lot of work. Alright, and I need 30 pages after this to be able to include everything. So we're just gonna duplicate these pages. And then after we're done, we're going to sort our file names so that nothing gets corrupted or wonky. But I do have a copy. This is a separate copy from the OG files. So the OG files are in their own CMC document. So I don't have to worry about if this file gets corrupted, I'm perfectly fine. I'll have the OG Onami files again in their own document. I basically copied the entire original document just to make sure that they wouldn't get destroyed by accident. That's why I run out of space on my computer so quickly. There we go. Alright, so now this is the landscape of the document. We have the original one-shot here. And then we have the sort of how do we get up to the point. And then we have the going through each of the individual storyboards to here, which is sort of like how it's been like after I got published. And then this is part of the concept art gallery thingy, which I'll have all throughout here. Alright, now story, sort page names. Cool. Alright, storyboard time! Woo! Alright, since I've already got 3 open, we'll start with 3. Alright, I'm just gonna completely redo the guides. And get rid of these because I don't need them anymore. Alright, I'm gonna need this later, but I'm gonna turn them off temporarily. I'm gonna make it green so that I know I need that later. Alright, now let's redo our storyboards again for the 3rd time. Alright, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy 2 in at the same time and we'll copy 4 of them in and then we'll transform them together. That way I know they're all the same size. So I'm gonna be able to hold 4 spreads per page. Okay, so we're going to transform them. Because this halfway point is tricky. It's not actually the halfway point between these. Because this is not 100% perfectly centered. It's very tricky. Okay, actually, so what I'm going to... Actually, let me do something else instead. So this one will be... Oh shoot, I meant to move both of these. I'm gonna move these to the side. Now we will transform, actually put a little bit of space between them. Now we will transform all of them together. That way they're all the same size. I don't know why I did that actually. It's really weird that I did that. Once I get a template made, then I can just copy this into all the pages and make my life easier. I don't know why I did it that way. It was a really weird way to do it. So basically this one's going to be down just a tiny bit, just so that there's room between these. I'll figure out. I'm still trying to figure out like how exactly how I want to lay all these out, so. Oh, my cats are probably hungry. Miso, what? Miso's like, are you gonna feed me? Oh, hey, Demi! Sorry, I thought I had my Twitch window open, but I didn't. How you doing? Alright, there, I took a drink, I promise. I have a, what's called a Bloom Sparkling Energy Drink. It's really, really good. I have the, let's see, what's it called? The crisp apple flavor. Have you ever had those before? Hey guys, I'm gonna close all these files I don't need open just so like Clip Studio is not working harder than it has to. So I've got like 50 frickin' files open right now, so let me close a bunch. Clip Studio's like, please my lord! You're pushing me too hard. I beg of you! There we go. Now we don't have 50 million files open for Clip Studio. Alright, now we need 5, 6, 7, and 8. Miso, what do you need, Babs? Miso's like pawing at me for some reason. And also this way I don't have to resize my panels as much, or my pages as much. They're not going to be resized in a huge amount. I was trying to say I didn't. Miso, stop! She's like, human, give me attention, now! I demand it! Why does it say manga assistant work? This is not manga assistant work. I thought I already changed this. Oh. Sorry guys, on Twitch I'm not doing manga assistant work. Onami, print. Sorry, I didn't realize I hadn't changed it. Print, prep. Sorry about that guys. I definitely had the wrong title over on Twitch. No, sorry. That's my fault. That's absolutely my fault. I didn't watch because I thought that because I changed it. So I live stream via a multi-streamer called Atum or something. It's AITUM. And when I have what I call like managed broadcast, and for whatever reason it didn't update it on Twitch. Like it updated on YouTube, but it didn't rename it on Twitch. So I thought that I'd already changed the name, so I'm really sorry about that. I don't think I've had that kind of energy drink. I kind of stopped energy drinks since I got diagnosed with prediabetes, and so far the last few weeks I've been sticking to water. Oh, you managed to get it for print. Oh well, it's not being printed by Viz. It's being I'm self-printing it. So it's not Viz printing me, it's me printing me. But I'm gonna have a Kickstarter up for it later this year. Ideally during October. October would be really great. It'd be cool if I could have it in September. But I'm not sure if that's realistic. So I'm aiming for maybe later September, early October. Because I'd really love to have it live and have like a proof while I'm at LA Comic Con. That'd be really cool. So... But yeah, I did save, and also Comic Man it's set to autosave. So, but yeah, it didn't get serialized with Viz, and Viz isn't doing a print version of it, so I'm doing a print version of it. It'd be really cool to like have like a bunch of our one-shots be printed together. I think that would be really fun. I'd love to. Dude, if they would let me compile that, I would absolutely make it. I would absolutely do that. It'd be so much fun to like have all of our one-shots be printed together. Have like a series of like all the like the Viz one-shots and have them all printed in like a book series. Do you know how much fun that would be? Oh, that'd be so much fun. I would happily do it. Just so I could see all of our work printed. That'd be super fun. You just have them be printed in like the order that they were released in. That'd be really fun. Maybe I should propose that to Hisashi-san and see what he thinks. Yeah, I think that'd be really, really fun and a good way to like get all of us in print. You know, it could be really fun, but I don't know how many people would buy like a one-shot collection. Could be a really fun like anthology series, maybe. Because I mean, they do it for published mangaka. Like, it'd be kind of fun to have like a way to support all of us too, get us some extra revenue maybe, and some extra awareness that, hey, like these one shots exist. Support the creators. You know, if you want to see someone published or serialized, you know, I should say serialized, like support our one shot program. You know, it could be just a way to spread like more awareness of it. But yeah, what I'm doing now, Demi, is I'm putting together the storyboard section, where I'm going to be basically... I changed my mind a little bit from what I originally had planned for this book, and I was only going to have, like, the final one-shot in here, and I was going to have, like, a whole section. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to have every single one of the storyboards that I sent in, there's 3 of them, maybe the original one shot I did for Onami will be in here as well. It would be an extra set of 10 pages, but it might be really fun just to show like all of the different like variants I had to go through to get to this moment of like being published with Viz, because it's 200 pages worth of work, right? Like it was a lot of work to get to that moment, and I kind of want to do it to just be like, hey, like here's all of the different stuff that like I had to do to get to this moment, and here's like realistic expectations for getting something published, even if it's just your very first one shot with a publisher. Here's how much work it can take. You know, I'd really love to, not to like be rude about it, just be like, this is the reality, and if it takes you a while, it's okay. You know, like, because that's the other thing is, you know, I hope that this book can sort of like help people be realistic with all the stuff that they have to think about. It's a lot of work being published, or trying to get published. It's a lot of work. I think a lot of people really underestimate how much work it is. It's a lot of, what's the phrase I'm looking for? Like, free labor? Like, it's a lot of just having faith in yourself that it'll work out. Big question, but what would you say is the hardest hurdle you had to overcome? The hardest hurdle that I had to overcome to become serialized? Man, I kind of want to be a little cliche and say it was the mental aspect of it. You know, the mental aspect in terms of, like, feeling like I don't deserve things, feeling like I'm not good enough. But something else that kind of happened to me was, I never wanted to be an artist. I didn't even start drawing until in terms of when I say I didn't start drawing, meaning, like, I wasn't drawing with the intention of becoming better until I was 18 years old, because I didn't plan on going into art. I planned on going into science, and it was kind of an accident that I became a mangaka. It was an accident I became an artist at all. And so there's a large part of me that feels like I don't deserve to be here, that I don't deserve to be an artist, that I don't deserve to be a mangaka, I don't deserve to have the success that I have, because I didn't want to be an artist when I was younger. And I didn't have a lot of the, like, when I was starting out as an artist, I was 18 years old in 2009. And so, like, we didn't have social media, we didn't have a lot of, like, the YouTube channels, like White Manga or like Manben, Naoki Urasawa. Like, we didn't have those resources there for us. And there were a lot of people that kept telling me, like, oh, yeah, like, you're white American, you'll never become a mangaka because you're not Japanese. And so just the mental aspect of, yes, I can do this, but also, like, how am I going to learn? How am I going to find resources? How am I going to do all of those things? It feels very hopeless sometimes when you're starting out, if you don't have support, you don't have resources, and you have a lot of people telling you that you can never become this thing because of, you know, like, where you were born or what your ethnicity is or what your race is, telling you that you'll never be able to become that thing that you want to be. And so I think the hardest battle is just believing that you can do it. I know that may sound cliche or cheesy, but I think that's something that a lot of people tend to not talk about, because there are so many people out there that push hustle culture, like, grind, 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 grind. You need to grind, 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 grind. And I don't believe in grind culture. I don't believe in hustle culture. I don't believe in those things, because that is, like, only half the battle. Like, you can't even show up if you don't believe in yourself. And it's really hard to believe in yourself when most of your life up to that point, you've been told you can't do things. And it's really easy to believe those voices too, because, like, you look at what you've accomplished so far, like, before you get published, and you're like, you're right, I've not done any of those things. And, you know, once you understand the process and how many hurdles there is, even for Japanese people to be able to become published, you're like, oh, well, then I could never accomplish that either. But just because there isn't, what we have to remember, at least right now, is there aren't a lot of paths to become mangaka. And sometimes you have to blaze your own path. You have to take leaps of faith. You have to take risks. And it's super, super scary to take that risk, right? Like when I went to that portfolio review, I didn't even know that Viz was recruiting people, and that's what they were there for, is they were looking for mangaka to invite into this program. And Hisashi-san told me, I know I haven't told a whole lot of people this, but he told me that I was the very first person to be accepted into the program from a portfolio review. And so for me, I was like, yo, what, really? I was the first person, like, that he went to a portfolio review, like a dedicated portfolio review to recruit people. I was the first person that he invited in, from a portfolio review. And I was like, yo, that's crazy, because I didn't even go there, like, expecting Viz to want to work with me. I only went to the portfolio review because I wanted some feedback on my stuff, but also, like, I wanted to write about it for the Global Comics blog. That was the only reason I even went, because I had zero faith and zero confidence in myself that Viz would actually care about my work. And so, like, you know, if Hisashi-san hadn't believed in me, maybe I would never have believed in myself either. You know? And that's something that I still overcome. Like there are people that I talk to, you know, in Discord that know this, you know, like in DMs and stuff, but I am not a very confident person. I don't have a lot of faith in myself. Still, after everything, and that's the other thing is like that hurdle that I mentioned, like the confidence, it's never a hurdle that you will ever it's a hurdle that you will always struggle with. I was like trying to do a triple negative there, but it is a hurdle that you will always struggle with. Because as you grow, your bar for what is good and bad grows with you, right? And so as you get better at drawing, as you get better at writing, what is considered bad changes. You know, at least what you deem bad in terms of your work. Like when I look at other people's work, like I have a different measure of good and bad because I know, hey, like this person isn't as far as I am, or, you know, maybe they're at a different point in their career than me. So it's not fair to use my judge of what is good and bad for my work against their work. You know what I mean? And so like what I deem to be good and bad is different than what other people may look at me and say, oh, well, I think this is good. I may think that what I did is bad and they may think that it's good because our scales are different, right? And, you know, and so, but also once you start using your, when you're working for yourself and you're creating your own work and you don't have an editor or you don't have beta readers, you don't have other people looking at it, the only measure of good or bad is what you have for yourself. As soon as you start working with an editor, you now have a different scale that you're using for good and bad, but you don't know what that scale looks like. You don't know where that bar is. Like my work is considered not good enough. Where is the bar that means good enough? Like you don't know what that looks like, and you can't know what that looks like. And so, and also like with Hisashi-san, like his bar for me is now higher than it was for Onami. And so like he wants me to improve, he wants me to work on certain skill sets, and he's like, I want this next one shot to be better than Onami. And so not only is like my bar changing for myself, but his bar is changing for me too. And so like you have to like there's multiple measurements that you're trying to accomplish, and I know what Onami's weaknesses were, and so now I'm working on that. And it's just there's a lot of different things. And so once you start using other people's measurements for yourself, it's so easy to get into the I'm not good enough, I'm never going to be good enough. Or like for me, I feel like, and I genuinely feel this way, I feel like I'm wasting Hisashi-san's time, right? Like I feel like I'm a waste of his time. I genuinely feel that way sometimes. And it's like he would not be working with you if, you know, and like other people that are also working with Hisashi-san, you know, I've talked with them about it you know, and other people struggle with that feeling too, but they're like, he wouldn't keep working with you if he didn't think that you had potential. And it's sort of like that thing where it's like, here's this person that has like 30 years of editing experience, and of all of the people he could work with, he chose to work with me. And so if he has faith in me, then it's my duty to also, if he has faith in me, then it's my duty to believe that I also have faith in me, right? And sometimes you have to learn how to work even if you don't have faith in yourself. Like just, and this is sort of where maybe hustle culture can be kind of helpful, or like the grind set mindset can be helpful. I prefer to call it discipline because it's the I don't believe in myself, but I'm going to keep working because I know somebody else does. And that's enough to keep me working on my stuff. But it took me a really long time to get that. Like, it took me a really long time to get that picture. And especially because like in April, like I stopped working with Global Comics. And it wasn't me who initiated it, right? And so like it really hurt my confidence when I lost my job with Global Comics. And I suddenly felt like I wasn't enough. I felt like I wasn't worthy of existing, right? And so, you know, and sometimes those feelings can be really hard, and they can come back at really inconvenient times. Like, you know, like when my one shot got released, I was on top of the world. I felt really great. And then when it didn't get serialized, my first gut reaction was, well, then everything was wasted. And then it took me like, you know, a couple days to sort of go, no, this time was not wasted. You still grew, you still learned, you still became better than you were before you even started working with him. And so it's interesting once you start working with an editor, like you now have someone else's expectations to meet. But it's not that he's like, oh, well, I think you're really crappy and I want you to be, and you know, and I'm going to make you better. It's, he knows what my goals are, and he is trying to be the bridge to get me to my goals. But also, like, he sees potential in me that he wants to pull out, per se. And so he's trying to help me get there. But it's a process. And it's definitely something that I wasn't really ready for when I started working with him. Yeah. I know that was a lot, but yeah. Yeah, and like Demi said on Twitch, they said, I'm glad that you got the opportunity, though. I think you should feel more confident in yourself, because getting into a program like that through a portfolio review is not easy, and they're very particular about what they're looking for. Yeah, absolutely. You know, and that's sort of the thing that I have to try to remember, is like, they looked at a whole bunch of people that were there, you know, and, you know, they invited me. They gave me the business card and said, hey, please follow up with us next week, and then I got in. You know, and sometimes I have to remember that, like, he wouldn't have invited me if he didn't think that I had the potential. And that's the thing, is potential versus the skill that you have now are two completely different things. You know, he thinks that I have the ability to become better, to meet that level of skill. I'm not there yet, but he believes that I have the potential to reach that. And so, you know, am I good enough right now? No, I'm not, because I keep having to get revisions, but even professional mangaka have to do revisions. And so just because you have to do revisions doesn't mean you're bad at something. But also, like, with my next one-shot that we're working on right now, I'm purposely working on the thing that I am the weakest at. Which means I am going to struggle more. I am going to need more revisions, because I'm working on a skill set that I'm not good at. It's okay to suck at it. It's okay to be bad at it. That's why we're working on it. You know what I mean? But it can feel really frustrating, like, in the meantime, because I'm dealing with stuff that I'm not good at. So, of course, I'm going to experience more rejections because I'm working on something that I'm bad at. You know what I mean? Alright, so Scaby said, I brought my comic to a Comic-Con one time and nobody was really buying it. People were just sort of glimpsing until a group of bikers, I kid you not, came through and bought some. I used to hate my art. I'm assuming art, until I realized I was pandering to the wrong people. And then Comic Man said, the amount of times I've caught myself in this cycle only to be too scared to do anything about it is quite despairing. I think the thing though is eventually you have to realize that despite that you're scared, you have to do the thing anyway, right? Like courage, it comes from a French word which means like of the heart, right? And so being courageous and being willing to take risks isn't about not being afraid. It's about saying and admitting that you are afraid. Yes, I am afraid this is going to go badly. I'm afraid I'm going to do a bad job. I'm afraid I'm not going to like it. I'm afraid that people are going to hate it. You know, I feel all of those fears every single time I post something. But it's like, I am willing to accept that fact that I'm afraid and do the thing anyway. Because the reward of doing the thing is going to be greater than the fear that I experience, right? Like, I know that this is what I have to do to progress, to get better, to grow as a creator, to grow as a content creator, to gain a following. I have to do that thing. And being afraid just means that nothing's going to get done if I let that fear take over. And so even though I am afraid, I have to do the thing. It's sort of like, you're gonna jump into a pool. You know that water's gonna be cold, right? You know it's going to be uncomfortable for like maybe the first 5 to 10 seconds, but then after that it's fine and it's fun and it's enjoyable. And so you have to just push through that initial fear, and then that doesn't mean that fear will never happen again. Every time you jump in the water, it's gonna be a little cold. And so every time you post something, it's gonna be a little scary. And so, but that doesn't mean that you can't work on it later. That doesn't mean you can't redraw it later. Like take Onami, for example. When I sent Onami, I made the original version of Onami, the 2020 version, for the Jump Tezuka contest. And I didn't even make it past the first round. I failed. Like, I failed on the biggest level that I could fail. Like, it didn't do well. It didn't even make it past the first round. And I spent months on it. And so I took this thing that failed miserably and I sent it to Hisashi-san and I said, hey, this thing's 3 years old, but I really love the story. Like, I want to redeem this because I feel like there's something here in this that I can work on and make it better. And so I was so scared when I sent that 2020 version of Onami to Hisashi-san. Again, it was 3 years old. The artwork was really bad compared to what I could draw at that time. And I was like, he's gonna hate it, he's gonna hate it, he's gonna hate it. And he's like, he literally, I kid you not, said the main character reminds me of Goku. I really love his spirit. Let's work on this. And I was like, hell yes! Like that was like such an amazing thing to hear from him. And it just made me feel so great, because that's the type of character I was trying to emulate with Pon. Is that sort of like he just loves to battle, he loves to train, he loves to explore, he loves to do things. You know, he's got like a relentless spirit. Like that's what I wanted, but I wanted to show that he could grow throughout the series too. Or throughout the one shot too. And he understood that. And so it was so scary wanting to share that with him, because I was so worried about being judged. But the fact that I did that, my reward was, now I get to work on this story that I really love with an editor that I can really appreciate working with, that I can really learn from and grow with. And so now it's, every time I send something to Hisashi-san for him to review, I get really scared. Like, I will literally sit there and read the email over and over and over and over and over, because I'm like, are there any typos? Did I miss anything? Did I say anything that would be rude? Like, I get really paranoid about it. You know, and I still get scared, even though I've been working with him for like 2 or 3 years now. I still get scared. But I know if I don't send it to him, I'm not going to get feedback. I'm not going to grow. I'm not going to get that opportunity to continue working with him. And so it's okay to be afraid, but it's not okay to let that fear disrupt your growth. It's okay to be afraid. Everyone's afraid. It's okay. It's natural to be afraid. It's just your body it's your mind trying to protect you from possible pain. That's all fear is. But sometimes you have to be afraid in order to experience progress. You know, sometimes letting that fear get to you prevents you from making progress. I guess. Sorry to rant or whatever, but this is all stuff I've been really thinking about a lot. You know, because, you know, I'm in a point now where I'm kind of struggling mentally with like making progress and working on stuff. You know, I still struggle with it sometimes. You know, I just have to remind myself of that. You know, you're gonna have good days, you're gonna have bad days, you're gonna have good stories, you're gonna have bad stories. If you never had any bad stories, I'd have a lot of questions. I feel like, are you just like unnaturally, like amazingly writer alien? You know, a lot of people, they only want to share their best work, but it's not your best work where you learn the most. It's your worst work where you learn the most. You don't learn as much from success as you do failure, basically, is what I'm trying to say. You learn the most from failures. And sometimes those failures can turn into successes later, like Onami did. Yeah, I'm just really bad at like talking and working at the same time. I was like so focused on talking that like I forgot to do stuff. Sorry. Oh yeah, Scabies, you'll learn that my streams very frequently turn into TED Talks. It's a feature, not a bug of my streams. It's very, very normal for my streams to turn into TED Talks. I think that's what I like about my streams, is that sometimes I just get the opportunity to just talk about stuff. Stuff that's like, oh, like I need to talk about it. So, not necessarily a bad thing. As long as you guys are okay with my TED Talks. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Like, that's like perfect timing. This is my usual music that I have in the back of my videos. It feels like I completed a cycle. It's so funny that this specific song came on after I finished talking about it. This is like my default music usually. That's really funny. So, kind of being in an industry, do you ever get to see the next big up and coming thing or no? Yeah, sometimes I do. There's stuff that I know that I probably shouldn't know. Let's put it that way. So yeah, there's stuff that I know about that I probably shouldn't know about. You know, we all know each other, and that's the other thing is like like I know other Viz mangaka. I get to talk to other Viz mangaka, and you know, so yeah, we all have like circles of friends and groups and whatever, and you connect with other people and whatever. So now we can kind of help each other level up. So absolutely, that is the thing. What I'll probably do is put a dark background behind this. Or maybe I'll have like a special, Oh, helps if I don't have it on monochrome. I really like this song. What is this one? Every time this one comes on, I really like it. It's called Tropic Spin. I really like it. It's very soothing. I like this one. Maybe black would be better. I think black would be better, honestly. Just so that the borders of the pages are seen more easily. Yeah, I think we'll do that. Sorry, my brain just was like, huh, I should figure out what this is gonna look like. Meh. Come on. And that was kind of the other nice thing about my job at Global Comics is I got to travel for a lot of it. I mean because of Global Comics, I got to literally be a panelist at San Diego Comic-Con. Like that's so cool. I still have the little piece of paper that they have like a little name tag that sits on like on the table at Comic-Con. I still have it here somewhere. That's one of the cool things that a lot of people keep as like mementos, is you have like your little name tag at San Diego Comic-Con. It's really cool. I also have photos of me at my panel, and I look so bad because I dyed my hair like 3 days before the con, and I didn't get my hair cut like I was supposed to. My appointment ended up being canceled last minute, and so I didn't get to have my hair cut, and so I actually have long hair at Comic-Con, and it looks really bad. I looked so bad in those photos. So I didn't get to get my hair cut, and so I've always made sure I got my hair cut now before Comic-Con. Like, I will get it done. I don't care if I have to go somewhere else to get it done. I'm gonna get it done. But yeah, like, that was another really cool moment for me, is getting to be, like, being a panelist. Having my first panel at San Diego Comic-Con was a really cool moment, too. You know, that's like a big moment in like another comic creator's lives, is getting your first panel at Comic-Con. Alright, we're done with this storyboard. Woot! Alright, everything's in. Now we get to work on 2 other storyboards. Oh, it's super scary. Well, I mean, it wasn't super scary for me. I think it was more that I knew it was San Diego Comic-Con. I think that's what made it scary, but I was so used to public speaking at that time, and I'd already been on 2 or 3 panels before. So it wasn't my very first panel ever. I had already led, like, I was moderator for 2 panels at Anime Expo, that were, the 2 panels were hosted and run by Wacom/Clip Studio, and so I'd already had experience moderating panels before, and so I was like, oh, well, it's basically the same concept, except this time I'm not having to moderate, I'm just public speaking. And so I'd already done a webinar with Graphicsly, which is a distributor of Clip Studio, where there were like hundreds of people watching, like on this like live broadcast webinar. And so like I'd already had some experience like with public speaking, and public speaking doesn't really scare me anymore now that I've done work with Global Comics. And you know, because I was always in the public and I was traveling and I was in person and I'd help like run mixers and stuff, so like I wasn't super scared of public speaking. So it wasn't really that bad. I think what was more interesting is like I was surprised that, so basically like we had enough time at the end where people could come up and like show me their work and like ask for feedback. There were like 7 people that lined up to talk to me, and this was before Viz Media. Like, it would be super duper cool for me to like host some like manga panels at cons. I would love to do that. And like imagine what would happen now, and like realizing that there were people that like actually wanted to talk to me was really cool. Hello, is it Hage Hige Man? Hello, welcome. I was trying to make sure I pronounced people's name correctly, so if I did it wrong, please correct me. What's your manga about? So this manga is, so these are the storyboards, but let me show you like the final pages. Let's see. So the story is about a man made from clay named Pon, who goes off training with a god of the sea. So that he can become a better fighter, but once he gets there, the wave powers are strong in you, but he goes off training with this, like, god of the sea, and there's this big old tower that he has to climb and stuff, and he ends up finding out that she's more than she seems, and she wasn't exactly honest about her intentions with him. And so I don't want to spoil the ending too much, but so yeah, he ends up, you know, getting to fight all these different warriors and stuff in this tower, and she's sort of training him to be a better warrior and stuff. So it's a short story. This is a one shot that I did with Viz Media. So it was so it was a one shot, about 48 pages, that was published by Viz Media in 2024. And since it did not get serialized, I'm creating a print edition on my own that will have like the original one shot that got published, but it'll also have like the story of how I started working on Onami, how I did the concept art, and how the story kind of evolved, because I worked on it for 8 years before it finally got published by Viz. And then I'm also including the storyboards of like the submission process. Like I sent to my editor, I got feedback, I sent new storyboards, I got more feedback. I'm including all of that stuff, and that's what I was working on with this page here, is some of the storyboards that I'm importing. So it was a shonen story. I have another manga that I'm working on called Godsbane, which is like a seinen tragedy type thing. Oh, bye, Comic Man. Thank you for coming into the stream. I appreciate you chatting with me. Thank you. Hope you have a good night. Take it easy and get some rest. But yeah, I hope that made sense. Hage Hige, man. I mean, I also watched Wolf's Rain. I know how to pronounce Hige. But I am studying Japanese. I took classes for about 2 years. But my Japanese isn't like, I'm not confident enough to really like speak it. I can do basics like, you know, where's the toilet? Or like, I can order food, or I can ask for directions. Like, I can do super basic, like touristy type stuff, like survival 101 things, but I can't have like normal conversations. Well, see, the thing is I'm much better with reading it. It's when I use it and I'm speaking it, my brain just goes 404 error not found. And the part of the problem is I also have Spanish. I studied Spanish for 8 years when I was in school, and so like I have 3 options in my brain whenever I try to think of a word. And one time I was doing an oral test in my Japanese class, and instead of saying umi, I said mar. And I was like, wait. So like, it's like multiple choice up there, and I don't know how polyglots do it. Oh my gosh. But yeah, no, you're right. I have an app called Hello Talk, where I can publish like social media posts in Japanese and Spanish, and like native speakers can correct your posts, which is really, really cool. And then they have like chat rooms and stuff that you can go into where you can type or you can talk, and that's one of the ways I'm trying to get more confident with speaking in Japanese, by going there and stuff. It's still really scary though. But yeah, no, you're right. The only way to try is to fail and then get better. I remember one time I was talking about we were talking about tattoos, and I was trying to tell them that I have an oarfish tattoo. And I kept saying toolbox instead of oarfish because there's a very slight difference between the words. Like Tsugu no Ryu Gai, something like that. And I kept saying toolbox, and they were like, toolbox? Like what? And finally, like, I had to look it up, and then I was like, oh, I'm not pronouncing it correctly. And then when I typed it out in the kanji, they were like, naruhodo. Like, I don't have a toolbox tattoo, I promise. And then, of course, once they figured out what I was trying to say, they were like, why would you get a tattoo of that? So then I had to explain it's about my manga, and I have a manga that has like a main character that's an oarfish in it, and so yeah, it was a whole thing. It was a whole deal, and it was so embarrassing. The other thing that I do is I read out loud. I have like some bilingual English and Japanese books, and I force myself to like read it out loud. So I can practice hearing it, I can practice speaking it, and I can get more comfortable with reading out loud, so. Found an old linguistic puzzle, oh my gosh. Sometimes just, it's like the difference between papa, and then papa, right? Like if you're not careful, you can call the Pope a potato. So you gotta be really careful with like the enunciation of things. So, it's an experience. Alright, waiting on something to open. Give me a second. Come on, Gloop Studio. Now we get to do it again with another... now we get to do it again with another set of storyboards. Oh boy, I love pain and suffering. Alright, this was storyboard number 2, I believe. Yes, this was wait, was this storyboard number 2? Hang on. Yeah, this was storyboard number 2. And then... Did I also download storyboard number 1? Let me open the other file to just double check. I think it was this one. Because there's 3 different storyboards I have to import. Are you also an artist, Hage Man? Did you also make manga or draw? Or write, maybe? Okay, cool, yeah. So let's start with number 1. We'll start with the very first version of my storyboards here. Let me save everything though. Yep, save all my pages. And then we'll close the ones that we don't need anymore, so we're not stressing Clip Studio out more than we need to. Clip Studio's like, what are you doing to me? Oh man, these have all of my printer marks on them, so this is embarrassing. Hi Rixa Rexor. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Welcome to the stream. Ignore the mess. Let's see, let's set this to multiply. Ah! This is such a different version than what I ended up going with, and it's so crazy to see this now. Oh, I probably don't need to do that with this one. Yeah, because these were like completely different aspect ratios back then. I changed aspect ratios so many times when I was working on this, on these storyboards. So let me actually like go say hi. You know, I feel like I could make them a little larger if I got rid of like the extra space in here. So let me get rid of that. Well, let me merge these first. And then... Then let me connect these together. And then we'll separate them again. Okay. And then we'll bring this down, and then we'll resize them together. That way they all stay the same. Man, that's gonna be a lot of work to do every single time. The things we do for love. The problem is my Hanmen is in here. Like, the original border I was using is in here. And so, yeah, that kind of sucks. Oh well, I can't take it out because I don't have the original files anymore, so this is all I got. Wah wah. Lesson learned. That's okay. Alright, next spread. See, this is what I should have exported. That's what I should have done. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. Alright, so what we'll do to save me some time is, let me resize this first. Trying to like guesstimate like how much space I'm gonna lose here. And then I will grab this, and then we'll just scoot it over right there. There we go. I did a pretty good job. I did a pretty good job guessing where that was gonna be, so. Yeah, this version of the one-shot is so different. Basically, like, he didn't like this version at all. He's like, there's too many characters, there's too much stuff going on, it doesn't feel realistic, like, reasonable. I'm like, oh, okay. He did not like this version. Which, I mean, is fair. It's fair. Like, I'm here for his feedback. So much work here. Let's see. Let me use this as like my bar for like where it needs to be. Right about there. Okay, let me line this up over here. And then we'll grab this right here. And then move it over. It doesn't have to be perfect. Oh, thank you. I have much prettier artwork than this. These are the sketches. I can show you some more final stuff if you want. So when I'm actually, like, finishing things, like, here's, like, some, like, pages from, like, the actual one. I zoomed in way too far. Here we go. So, like, yeah, so, like, this is some of, like, the final artwork, and this is a couple years old now, so. Yeah, specifically for printing purposes, just so I can have all of the one-shots, not the one-shots, all of the storyboards in here. Because what I was originally going to do is I was only going to have the last set of storyboards, the ones that Hisashi-san approved, like the ones that actually got me published with Viz. But after talking it over with some of the other viewers tonight, I'm going to include all of the different one-shots. All of the different storyboards that I did. That way they're all in here. And if I have 4 pages per page, I can fit all of them in with the page limit that I want, so. So I want people to see, like, how much work it actually was to get this published. So, like, for example, like, the original Viz one shot, or the original Onami one shot in 2020 was about 50 pages. Then the first storyboard was, let's see, how many pages? I have it open right now. So let me see. 24 times 4, or 24 times 2 is 48, so roughly 48 pages. 48 times 3, because there were 3 versions of it, is like, altogether, that's almost 200 pages that I had to draw to finally get approval from Viz. If you count the very first version, which was the one-shot in 2020, if you count that, plus the 3 revisions that I did, that's 200 pages! It's a lot of work. So, you know, because I did 3 revisions with Viz of the original one-shot. And so that's kind of why I want to put these in here, is just be like, look, here's all of the work I had to do to get to this process, to get to this point. And, in between, like, after, so, like, for example, like, after the first storyboard, I'll, like, offer my thoughts, like, you know, maybe some of the feedback that I got, and just, like, the experience of getting to have an editor at Viz Media, so... It's a lot. But yeah, Rixer Roxer, that's just kind of some of the artwork that I've done, so. And then I have another series I'm working on too that's a like a seinen drama tragedy type thing. That'll be 4 volumes, so it'll be about 800 pages. It's 40 chapters, which is that's what I have planned. If it goes longer than that, cool. But I don't think it will. I don't think it'll be longer than 4 volumes. And eventually I'd love to have Onami be a series too, and I'm thinking Onami might be 3 or 4 volumes as well. I have so many different short stories that I'd love to do. I don't want any of them to be overly long, just because I have so many stories I want to tell. So... Where was I at? Okay, this one. Sorry to, like, ramble so much. I'm really bad at talking and, like, then not doing anything because I'm too busy talking. I just like talking! No, I'm just gonna put all these in. I'm not gonna do all the editing now because I don't have the brain cells for that. I want to just get all this done. In this version, he kind of gets like, he's going sailing to another island because he wants to, like, what he wants to do is he wants to explore other islands, and while he's on a boat to go to another island, he gets attacked by this, like, bad, like, really negative spirit, and it, like, drags him to the bottom of the ocean, and he, like, gets saved by, like, the sea god, the god of the sea. He gets saved by her, and then, basically, he sort of ends up, I don't know how he ended up training, but he's like, oh, I have to fight my way back to the surface because he can't swim. He's made from clay. He can't swim. He just sinks. And so she kind of, like, guides him back to the surface, so that he can take revenge on the god that cast him into the ocean, basically. The other god. So that's kind of the idea of, like, what happens, in this version of the one-shot. Which was more akin to the original one-shot that I did, where, again, he was cast into the ocean, and he can't swim, so he sinks to the bottom of the sea. He's made from clay, so he doesn't need to breathe. And so he has to, like, fight his way back from the very bottom of the ocean, all the way back to the surface to go fight the god that put in there. That was the original idea that I had. Which I kind of liked that one more, honestly. Like, it was cool when we really got to see, like, Oma and Pon's relationship develop. And I kind of ended up rushing the one that I ended up publishing because I was trying so hard to stick within, like, the 50-page limit. And it's funny now because I worked so hard to stay within that limit, and now there are so many people that have, like, much longer one-shots than 50 pages. And sometimes I wonder if I'd like actually just let it evolve naturally as far as like how long the one shot was. Like maybe I would have had a better story. So, but c'est la vie, right? Que sera, sera. I love this panel I'm about to show you guys. It's such a goofy picture of Paul's face. Oh my gosh, let me show it to you. Like, look at this. Whoa! Like, look at that face. It's one of, like, she blows a bubble around his arm and it magically heals his arm. He's like, wow, that looks great! Oh, just like some BS excuse of like how he can magically heal, because I'm like, dude, he's made from clay. Like, how does he heal if after like he gets like after he fights in battle? Like, what do I do? And of course, this whole time, Pon doesn't know who she is. Like, so it's just kind of funny. He's like, wow, look at this giant fish that's helping me. I'm just making sure I save pages. Heaven forbid it crashes and I lose everything. I actually haven't looked at this original one, like this original version that I sent him. I haven't looked at this in like 2 years. 2.5 years? It's really funny to look at this now and go, wow, I could have done so much better. And what's really funny is he's like, you don't have to draw this detailed. I'm like, what? This is detailed? So he's like, he's like, you did way too much. You don't have to draw this much. I was like, oh, okay. I kind of like this version of the tower that I did. I really like it. All the weird eyes floating around it. Ugh. I had so many plans for it, and he's like, nope, too many characters, too much stuff. I was like, oh, okay. Okay. I simplified it so much through all the revisions, just so that there was like less stuff going on. Because he felt there were too many characters, too much going on. And then here, he does make his way back to the surface. To go see his mama, which is this like dog-like creature. She like is the one who made him from clay, so he calls her mother. And like any mama would be, she's really worried about him. She's like, are you sure about this? And he's like, yeah, of course, it'll be fine. It'll be great. And this is gonna be another one of those panels where it's like, oh my god, I can't believe I sent this to Hisashi Sasaki. It looks like crap. Oh my god, look at this panel, you guys. Look at this panel. Look at this one. That is a real panel that I sent to my editor. Oh my god, it looks so bad. I mean, look at that. He's being choked by it. He goes to this tower, right? He's climbing up the tower, and the tower has this like platform that sits in the middle, kind of inspired from Yu Yu Hakusho. And this like tail like comes out of the mist, wraps around his throat, and launches him into the wall. And he's like, I didn't come this far to lose on the very first floor. So the rule of the tower is if you lose, At any point, you have to start all the way back at the bottom and work your way all the way back up. And then also, if you lose, like, at any point of the, like, and that's what he thought initially. Well, what he ends up finding out is that if you lose, you die. And so he's like, oh, well, I can't lose then, can I? And he ends up, like, making his way all the way up to the top of the tower. And Oma lied to him, basically, and she didn't tell him that, oh, by the way, if you lose, you die. She framed it as, oh yeah, like, you have this tower you have to climb, and there's a god at the top that will grant you magic, blah, 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 blah. There's, like, this whole, like, conspiracy theory going on in this version, and it was just too much going on, so. But anyway, I really enjoyed making this version. Because I remember drawing it now that I'm looking at it. I remember drawing it. And there was a moment where, I was really frustrated. I wasn't sleeping well, and I was staying at my dad's house because I was helping watch all their cats. They went on a trip. And I remember just being so frustrated that I wasn't making any progress done. Or I wasn't making any progress on it. And so I switched over to my, I have a Samsung Galaxy tab. And so instead of drawing from my computer, I switched over to my Samsung Galaxy tab because I have less tools available. Like, I have less special brushes and I have less other stuff. And I was like, let me just reduce the amount of tools that I have so that I can just, like, get it done. And it's super simple. And I got it. I literally drew the entire one shot in 2 days. All 48 pages, I did it in 2 days. And it's like, wow, that's amazing. When I actually limit myself, I got it done faster. Crazy how that works. But yeah, I remember I was in the chair and I didn't, like, I started drawing at night. It was like 7 or something o'clock because it was right after dinner. And I just kept going the majority of it all the way. And it was like I heard birds. And I was like, oh my gosh, it's morning. I stayed up all night drawing. And then I went to bed and had a really long day at work the next day. Hey, Neko! Hey, Neko, what's up? How are you doing, Neko? Neko's over on Twitch, so. Long time viewer of the channel. Having a blast over here. Neko, I decided to put in all of the storyboards in the book now. So yeah, that's gonna be a trip to put all the storyboards in. And that's what I'm working on now. Is I'm working through. I've already put in storyboard set 3. I'm working on storyboard set 1, and then I'll be doing storyboard set 2. And then once I get all the storyboards in, I'll probably be done for the day. So. Hang on, guys, I'm just closing other files that I don't need anymore, so I don't overload Clip Studio. Let's see, what's the one I'm doing next? This one. Like, trying to make sure I get all my stuff in and get the right pages in the right areas. So for now, I'm just copy pasting everything in. I'm not gonna do all of the editing necessarily just yet. Because I want to have some kind of, like, nice border around it. Like, I want the page to look really nice. Like, I wanted to make it look like I actually put effort into these pages. Not just, like, slap them in there and call it a day. And so I'm trying to figure out what I want for that. Oopsies. No! I hit the wrong button. Wrong lever! I need a wrong lever gif that pops up whenever I make a mistake. I need to make one of those. Except it's like, instead of the wrong lever, it's like the wrong button. Let's see, Neko said, I'm doing good. I'm currently dealing with art block, but I've been looking into Alex Ross, or Artworks for Inspiration. Alex Ross has some really cool stuff. So, whatever you can do to break that art block, but also remember, rest is productive too. Rest is also productive, but I'm assuming you've already had a lot of rest if you've been dealing with art block. But don't force it if you don't think it'll work. So remember, rest is productive. Some people aren't art blocked, they just need rest. And then this is where the big bad comes in, where in this version of the one-shot, this big bad. What's funny about this is the big bad in this one-shot is the big bad that'll be for the Onami series once I finally make the series myself. Because I do have someone who's asked me if if I would be willing to do a series for Onami, and that they'd love to have it. And I'm like, oh, let me think about it. I would rather do Godsbane though, to be completely honest. I have a lot more done for Godsbane than I do Onami. And so if I had the choice, I'd rather do a series of Godsbane first and then do Onami. And part of that is because Pon is in both Godsbane and Onami. They are two mangas that are in the same universe. It's just Onami is like 1,000 or maybe 2,000 years before Godsbane. You know, Pon's a god, so he lives for almost forever. I say almost because he's not entirely immortal. He can be killed. So... And basically what he's doing now is, Oma, died, earlier. And what he's trying to do is he's fighting for, like, the heart of Oma, which is basically sort of like a little pearl ball thing. It's this little thing he has in his hands. Amat, which is like the big bad, you know, here, like this guy or whatever, he's trying to take it for himself, but Pon is like, no, 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 like, that's mine. And he doesn't know what to do with it now. And so he's falling, and yes, stuff happens, basically. And writing this one shot is when I came up with the lore for how gods work and how, like, the transfer of power happens between generations of gods, because in Godsbane there's going to be a couple, like, transitions of power where one god dies and another one has to take on the new role, and so, like, I had to think about how that lore works. And that was sort of one of the issues I ran into writing this one shot, is I already had, like, established lore in Godsbane, and I didn't want the lore to change too much, because then I'd have to change Godsbane. You know, whatever I ended up doing in Onami would affect Godsbane, and so that was kind of a problem I ran into. And so that's why for my next one-shot with Viz, I decided to do something that wasn't related to Godsbane or Onami. And I decided to go with something completely unique, that way there wasn't any, like, other lore or whatever, like, holding me back. Yeah, this one shot is completely different, honestly. Basically what happens in this one, like, in this one version of the one shot, so Pon in Godsbane, he isn't just the god of the sea, he's also the god of war. And so what I wanted this one shot to be, or this version of the one shot to be, was the story of how he became both the god of war and the god of the sea. And Hisashi-san thought it would be better if I focused on separating the events, because in the original one-shot that I did, the 2020 edition, he got both titles at the same time. Basically, like, he got the title of the God of the Sea, he earned that title, but then he declared himself the God of War, and Hisashi-san didn't think that was a good idea. He's like, oh, he should probably he should earn that title as well. And so let's separate the events, let's focus only on how he becomes the God of the Sea first. And then let's get rid of this, like, Amat villain character and make him the villain of an Onami series. I was like, okay, cool, so let's make that the long-term goal. But let's focus on just the God of the Sea first. And so that's why this character, Amat, this like evil bad guy with like the wings or whatever. That's why he's not in the final one shot. He was supposed to be the big bad for the series that ended up never happening. So, and what he does, let me tell you what he does to get the role of the God of War. In this version of the one shot, he cuts off the pinky finger of Amat, the villain, who's sort of like, Amat himself is also a god. He is like the god of the void, the god of, he was originally like the god of like darkness or the void of nothingness, sort of just like more of like an ethereal style god. And Pon cuts off his pinky finger, which if you know anything about Yakuza culture, in Yakuza culture, you can, if you mess up or like you do something wrong or whatever, like, or you try to leave, there's a bunch of different reasons why it may happen, but you can have a finger cut off. And usually what they'll do is they'll cut off the pinky finger, and the reason is because that finger is really important to being able to grip weapons, specifically. And so that's why I had Pon cut off the pinky finger as sort of like a little Easter egg. And Pon said, "Oh, well, I'm gonna eat this. I'm gonna eat this finger, and that's gonna make me the God of War because I'm taking part of your power away from you. Like you'll never be able to have that back, and I'm gonna take some of your power, add it to my own, and by eating this, I'm now the God of War." That was what was supposed to happen in this version of the one shot. Again, Hisashi-san was like, that's probably too much happening, too many characters, too much stuff, so let's simplify it and save that for like the final. And so you'll probably see some variety of this for the series version as well. But that's not the end, because Amat gets his revenge. And the initial, the aftermath of that is that while Pon does beat Amat, and he does gain his rank as God of War, Pon isn't able to leave the sea. He's not able to leave the ocean in the end. And this is sort of him finding out that fact that he will never leave the water. Like, because basically Pon is like, you're forbidden from my ocean, get out of my ocean, and I'm taking your power and declaring myself the God of War. And Amat's like, ha ha ha, okay, whatever. But you're never allowed to leave the sea now. So it's kind of like, like tit for tat, right? That they kind of have, because in God's Bane, they hate each other. Like the God of War / God of Sea, Pon, and then the God of the Void, Amat, who ends up becoming the God of the Dead, sort of like a Hades style character. They hate each other. And this is why. So I'm kind of going to be basing the series kind of partially on this one shot. Of course I'm going to be changing a bunch of things, like I have another character, or a whole bunch of other characters I'll be including in the series, but that's kind of where I was going with this one shot. It's a completely different version. But I really enjoyed working on it. It was really fun. But Oma didn't really exist at the end. She was dead. No more Oma. So a very different one shot. So I think it'll be really fun for folks to be able to read all of the different versions that existed. I think this is one of the few things that stayed consistent between all of the versions, is the very last page was Pon walking through water in some way, where he's, either like looking, this was sort of like a, you made him do, yeah, kind of, yeah. Well, with this one here, like, this is just me bashing my head on the table. This is me. This is me. I don't go by Cat anymore, though, so I'm definitely gonna get rid of that, because I don't use that name anymore. All right, and that's this page will be my reaction page, sort of like going over feedback. And e-learning. If you guys haven't noticed, I'm a terrible speller. Okay, so that'll take up 2 pages for the most part. Because I'll have like other artwork and pictures and character designs and all that stuff that I'll also include. Oh yeah, I want to include the character art as well, because I also did character art for these characters. Okay. Alright, that covers submission number 1. Alright, now we have storyboards number 2. Which now I gotta close all these other pages I had open, so... I have it on a different screen. You guys can't see all these pages I have open, so let me close all of these first really quick. Anyone have any questions? I love questions, so if you have questions about my work or viz or anything, like, just drop it in the chat. I love answering questions. Welcome to the bad spelling club. My favorite crayon is grape. Which is funny, you would think I'd be a good speller because I did spelling bees while I was in school and I always did really well, but no, terrible speller. Oh, I'm a good speller if I'm just like talking and spelling stuff out loud, but as soon as I have to type stuff, no, I'm a terrible speller. Alright, so now we're going into storyboard set number 2. Completely different cover. I actually finally learned how to export my stuff properly. So this editing will be a little bit easier. In this one, Oma has a completely different entrance. Like, she's actually, like, waiting for Palm. She's like, I've heard all about you, and now it's time for me to test your strength. Like, she's, like, literally lurking. You must be Palm. I've heard all about your strength. It's nice to finally meet you. And she, like, just, like, beats the shit out of him. What's that meme? Surprise, motherfucker! She just like jumps out of nowhere and like beats him up. It's very similar to the like how the last one started. A little different. It's there weren't a whole, I can't say there weren't a lot of changes. In this one I wanted to keep the basically I removed Amat, like the villain from the first one. I removed him from this one, but I still wanted him to be mentioned, that he existed. And so Oma is kind of hinting throughout the story in this version that there's like a big bad out there waiting for him. As like motivation to practice and get better and be a better fighter. Like she's very honest that, hey, there's this guy out there that wants to kill you. And here's actually where he kind of learns that his duty, like the reason he exists, is to be able to protect people from him, from Amat, this sort of bad guy. Like that's why he was made. When you work with your editor, did he give you the width and height of certain stuff, printing paper? Only after like I got my stuff approved. Basically, like until my one shot was approved to be finished, I didn't have like the templates and stuff. But once you get your stuff approved, then he sends the template. So, and then this one I'm using here is a custom one that I've made for the printer that I'm working with. But yeah, like I do have like an official Viz template and everything, but this one isn't it. This is specifically for the printer that I'm working with, because they gave me like hey, here's the file that we print at, and then like here's where your safety margin needs to be to work with our printer and stuff. So this is the one I'm using now, is just a customized one for the printer I'm working with. But yeah, like he did give me like a template and everything to work with. I'm not gonna give that out though, just out of respect to his media. That's not something that you give out. It's considered proprietary information. That type of stuff. But I mean, it doesn't really matter initially, like the size and stuff, because if you're doing like your sketches anyway, you're not doing your final artwork. And so, you know, your sketches are going to be changed, they're going to be moved around, they're going to be edited. And so it doesn't really matter that much at the beginning when you're just doing your sketches if the template is correct. Because the Viz paper that I ended up working on is a little taller than it is wider compared to what I was working with originally. And so I did have to adjust my panels a little bit. After I was like, oh, like I have to adjust my panel spacing a little bit more, and I ended up just having bigger gutters. Like the vertical gutter I just made a little bit bigger, just so I wasn't changing the sizing of everything too much. But yeah, like they give you a template and everything to work from. If you get your like your work approved to finally finish, they give you the template and everything. You might recognize some of these panels from the last version. I did recycle some of them. See, this page here is a good duality of like how my brain works when I'm drawing stuff. Sometimes I sketch like this. Sometimes I sketch like this. And sometimes I sketch like this. Like, my brain is just, it's all over the place when it comes to, like, how I end up doing my sketching. I just really like sketching. It's like my favorite part of the whole process. I love the storyboard phase. It's like my favorite part. I mean, I like inking, don't get me wrong, but sometimes inking can be stressful. Especially if you're drawing stuff that is like new to you or whatever. It could be really stressful. And this big old bird here, this is a Mott. This is the big bad. He has this massive bird form. Let me see if I can open, let's see, desktop, Godsbane. Yeah, it's this like big bird form. Let's see, do I, yeah. I have this. You can kind of see it. He has this like big bird form that has like 4 tails and stuff. It's really cool. It was sort of like a silly little doodle because I have this I'm gonna be printing this out on like a special sticker paper after I color it and like clean up the line art and stuff because I'd love it to be like a, you know, what do they call it, a sun catcher or something, where it's like colored glass and it like shines when it like the light goes through the door or through the window or whatever. That's where I would like this to be. I'm gonna make it for myself. This page was taken almost verbatim from the from this one shot into the second one. Sorry, from this is the second one shot into the third one. So this page is almost exactly the same. Let's see, when you thank you. Yeah, now I remember my teachers back in college showed us Marvel comics, so the templates were kind of sketchy to own. Yeah, the templates are kind of sketchy like that. This one is also taken basically verbatim from the final one shot. A lot of this initial stuff is exactly the same. It was really only like the beginning portion that I changed, so. This one, specifically, like the second one that I sent in, he said was really close. He's like, you're almost there, but, you know, not quite. Yeah, that's why I have it on a screen that other people can't see. Just so that I'm not, like, sharing that info. Which, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I personally have never understood why they're so, particular about, templates. Mainly because, like, if you know how bleeds and margins and trims, like, if you know how all that stuff works, it's not very hard to reverse engineer something like that. I mean, it's work, right? But, like, it's really easy to reverse engineer a template. At least for me, like, I did try to guess it on my own, and I was actually really close. My page was a little too wide and compared to like how tall it needed to be, so it wasn't quite tall enough. But I got pretty darn close when I did the initial guesswork. So I was actually able to guess the template within a pretty decent margin. I was only like a few millimeters off top to bottom. So it's not hard to do if you know how margins work. But I mean, yeah, like I said, they're just sketches. It doesn't really matter that much. I ended up changing a lot of this stuff into like more pages, and sometimes I would put in like Japanese sound effects. I don't know why my brain would do that, but it was like, oh, I don't know how to write this in English yet, so I'm just gonna put in the Japanese one because I know that one better. Like, this is the vibe I'm trying to get. Because sometimes some stuff doesn't really exist well in English, and so it's just easier to put in the Japanese one that will get across to Hisashi-san what I'm trying to say, and I'm like, I'll figure out the English one later. So, like, sometimes if you, like, look through this, sometimes you'll see, like, English sound effects, sometimes you'll see Japanese sound effects. Because it's like, I don't know what the English equivalent to this is, but I know the vibe I'm trying to get across. So I'll just put that in instead. And this is one of those examples where I'm like, I don't know what I want to put here, but I know the vibe I'm trying to get across. And it's like awkward silence. Well, he's thinking about things. Like, he's not, like... He's just silent and thinking about stuff. But it's like a silence that has weight to it, and I didn't know how else to describe that other than ching. I don't think I put anything there in the final version. I think I just left it with nothing. And in this version, you actually got to see a little bit of Oma's transformation as she turns into this like giant draconic thing. You actually got to see like a little bit of that here and here. And then you kind of get to see like his reaction. You are finally ready. Ready for what? And then the next page you have is like her and her like big, super cool dragon form. Which, to be completely honest, I was really disappointed. Because I liked the sketch so much more than the final. And it just looks cooler here. Like, I love this look of like her mouth being open, like more direct. And the final version just doesn't have that look. Like, I'll show you and compare like what it ended up looking like. And part of it was I was under a deadline and I was really sick. I wasn't feeling well. Like I was actually really, really ill. Like I was so sick that I had to ask Hisashi-san for an extension because I was so sick. On my deadline, which thankfully he gave me. But like I just love the sketch way more. Sorry, this is a big page with lots of layers. So like I feel like this doesn't have as much impact as like this does. Like this feels a lot more dynamic. And this one is just her standing there. Like it doesn't quite feel as powerful as the sketch does. So that is one of my regrets with the Onami one shot is this 2-page spread. I feel like I could have done a lot more with it, and instead I played it safe and it just doesn't look as cool. But it is what it is. You can't change it, so something to keep in mind for the future is like put in the work. It'll be really worth it. Like don't cut corners. But I needed to hit deadline, and, that was one of the corners that I cut, and I regret it, honestly. Alright, we're almost done with version number 2. We're almost there, guys. A lot of work today. But we did good work today. We're almost there. Because it's almost 1 a.m. for me. I have a doctor's appointment tomorrow, so I have to get some decent sleep. Me and my doctor's appointment tomorrow, and I'm like half asleep. They're like, "Oh, are you okay?" I'm like, "No." I made a bed. I haven't even had dinner yet. Oh my god, it's 1 a.m. and I've not had dinner. Oh. Oh well. Man, I have a doctor's appointment. I have a full shift at work tomorrow. Tomorrow's gonna be rough. Well, I did it to myself. And then in this version, he literally just punches it. Because he's like trying to loosen it, and so he literally just punches it. And he ends up breaking it, like it cracks. Like, he's like, "I'll just dislodge it!" Pah! And he starts falling, and it cracks. I mean, it's a pearl, okay? It's not a diamond. I mean, it's not gonna withstand you punching it. I kind of wish I'd kept that ending, honestly, just because I think it's so kind of goofy. I ended up breaking this down into like a couple more pages. Like, I think I broke it down into like 3 pages instead of, you know, I broke it down into 4 pages instead of 3. I ended up breaking stuff down a little bit more. But yeah, every time I sent stuff into Hisashi-san, I always thanked him with like an extra page here that just said, "Hey, thank you for the opportunity to submit," or whatever. Like, I always added that in. Like, "Thank you for the opportunity to submit to the Viz One Shot program." Oh, it should have said art and story. It says "and in story." It should say art and story. I don't have their updated artwork here. And let me grab these here. Okay, so now I'll have only 1 page going over like my feedback and thoughts, because this one didn't have a lot of feedback on it, honestly. So let me save everything here. Sorry guys, I'm closing the documents that I don't need. Give me a minute. Yeah, definitely. Okay. Alright, so then let me save everything on this end. Yes. And then we'll take a look and see what we got. Okay. All right, so one shot number 1, one shot number 2, one shot number 3. So let's look at how many pages I have left. So I have these pages are going to be kind of about where was it getting published, and then I'll have all of these pages for the image gallery, which was about 25 pages. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Okay, so now I have another option. I don't have the original 2021 shot in here. I don't know if people would be interested in that. That would add another 5 pages. So that would make the book a little bit bigger, but it would add in like that original one shot. Let me think. Where would I put that if I were to put that in? Let me think. Because I have like some of my original sketches for the 2020 version here. What I might be able to do is adjust the size of these. That way it's more like I don't focus so much on this original stuff, and I focus more on... I don't know, I mean, maybe I could include all of it, I guess. Because I'd probably put it here. Roughly here is where I would put it. Or maybe right here, I would just kind of split this up a little bit more. I mean, what I could do is, let me duplicate this page. And then I'll move one of them here. And then if I wanted to, let me zoom out again. I would need, let's see, it's 50 pages, so I would need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 times, how many is at least 50? 8 times 6 is 48, so I would need 7 pages to have them all. 7 additional pages. If I added 7 additional pages, we'd be looking at about 170 total pages. I'm technically already 6 pages above what I originally had. But because this is going to be printed only in grayscale, the book is still going to be infinitely cheaper. I mean, does showing that original 2021 shot really have any value? I guess. I'm just trying to decide if I want to put that in here or not, because I'm not proud of that one shot at all. Like, it's really embarrassing for me. And I don't necessarily want to put that in here. I kind of don't want to show that part. Maybe I'll just add a note that, hey, you can read it here, but I'd rather just focus on, like, the Viz stuff. Let me go look at it and see how I feel about it after I look at it. Because I don't think it's even visible on Global Comics anymore at the moment. I took it, I privated it so that it's not even visible. If I remember correctly, let me check. Oh, no, it's visible. Never mind, it's visible. I don't know, man. It's just not that great. There are so many. I mean, you know what? It kind of might be helpful just to show people, hey, like, this is, you know, this is how I started. You know, it might be helpful to have that, but I don't know how I feel. Copy image. Well, let's put it in and then I can think about it, because I can always take it out later. So I'm gonna need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I can think about it. Oh wait, I put this in the wrong order, dang it. This needs to go here. Oh, and then let's put this... Oh, shoot. Hang on. This goes here. Alright. This one will be a little harder because I don't have the spreads. I only have like this original here. So what I'll do is I'll just put in 2 pages at a time. Wow, that's the original? I uploaded these really tiny. I suppose I could go find the original and then export it correctly. Yeah, see, I didn't know how to do 2-page spreads back then, so... It's already in screen tone, so I don't know how well that's gonna print. That's gonna look really bad, so I'm gonna have to do some finagling with that. See, can I download the original pages, maybe? Yeah, download original pages. That way it'll just open it as a zip. And then we'll just extract. So I can just import instead. That'll make my life easier. Oh, yes. I love seeing the detailed view. Oh my god, bro. Are you serious? I love that. I hope these are the right pages. Might look like they are. I don't even remember which pages go with each other. Let me double check. This is such an old story. Oh, okay, so that one goes by itself. Ooh, okay, I see what I did here. Okay, that's an issue. Okay, then what we'll do is I'll duplicate this one, and then, so this one actually goes with this one. Yeah, see, the problem is these have, this is why I wasn't sure if I wanted to do this, because these have screen tones on them. Oof. Yeah, I could just show a couple of the pages rather than all of them, that's true. I'll have to see if I can find the original ones and be able to import stuff that doesn't have screen tones on them. Because I have the original file somewhere. I just need to figure out where in my hard drive storage they are. And let's figure out what pages I want to show. Because it could be kind of fun to share some of the lore of like Onami and this world and the universe. It could be kind of fun to share some of that. Oh, shoot. Let me go back to Twitch. Sorry. There we go. I don't know. I'll think about it later, but it could be kind of fun to share some of the lore. I'm just gonna like duplicate this a whole bunch just so I know like this is what I want to go here. Maybe I could have like all of them all together here, sort of like taking up all of these pages. That could also work, where I just have all of them all together. Mainly because I don't want that to be like the main focus. It's like some of my favorite pages from that. I actually want to share this page because I actually ripped this one of the panels out of the final that I did. So let me go find the original one. See, that'd be original one shot, and that's one of the. Let me find that original panel here. Do one of these panels look familiar? One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. Woof. Something like that. I'll write it prettier later and I'll show more examples. Let's see. Are there more examples? Let me actually look through my one-shot here and see if there are, because I'm sure there are more examples. Now that I'm kind of thinking about it, I'm sure there are more examples of where I reused things. I'm like looking through the old one-shot, I'm trying to find anything like that. I'm actually not finding anything initially. Where like that was reused. I'm pretty sure there was. Oh yeah, this one was also reused too, a little bit. Yeah. Oh yes, these were. I forgot about these. This panel also had, oopsies, copy image. This page also had panels that were reused. These two I think all three of these were also reused. Let me go find the corresponding ones. Because I just liked them. I thought the composition was cool, and so I reused them. Oh, well, maybe I didn't. I could have sworn I reused those. I guess I didn't. I thought I did. I mean, kinda. It kinda was. This one was reused. I mean, there's other similarities. Even just like the core idea of like the fight or whatever was kind of reused, where they're like fighting in mist and stuff. So I'll have that in here. And then is there anything else I want to include in here? Just as like, just thoughts about the story or whatever. It really was like my first experience with drawing water, and I really liked it. Oh, does this have the 3D model turned on still? me check. Okay. No, it doesn't. You know, I do want to talk about this page, though. I'll actually put this one here. Oh, I can't change that while it's still open. Okay, let me save all of these and then I'll reorder them in a minute. Yes. There. That way we'll have a couple pages to kind of just show it, talk about the experience, whatever. Yeah, I'm not gonna, actually, no, let me just move that because I'm not gonna need that now. There's so much manga, oh my gosh, there's so much book. Like, looking at it now, I'm kind of overwhelmed with, like, how much work I did. I'm a little overwhelmed by it now. You know what? I'm gonna put 2 pages back in here, and I'm gonna have the whole one-shot on these pages. Like, I'm gonna have, like, all 50 pages just on those. You know what? Let's just do it on one. That way, yeah, we'll just do it on one. Be like, you know, like, here's the full thing, by the way. Just be like, here's the amount of work that it was. That way it's, like, all in 2 pages. I kind of talk about it. Or maybe we'll put it here. And then I'll, like, break it down a little bit on these pages. And then here I'll have, like, the full ones. Because I do want the focus to be on Viz. Okay, cool. And then that leaves me, let me see what's this page is about. Final thoughts on it. The future. Okay, yeah, I definitely don't need that there. We're gonna change what this is called. Aqua? Aqua? What do you mean aqua? What about it? Yeah, we'll just call it my favorite panels. Yeah, I'm not going to include character concept art on this section. Yeah, I'm just going to leave it alone. And then this needs to be moved. Let's see, where does that go? That one goes here. Because it was the final concept art that I went with. Actually, I'm going to put this, yeah, we'll leave that here. And then, actually, let me check one thing. Is that the original? Yes, that's the original character concept art. So I'm actually gonna put this at the end. I should probably save this as its own document, actually, because that's the actual original concept art. So let me save it as its own document somewhere else. File, save as, yes. Let's save this. Okay, so now this is safe to exist as it is, because now I have a copy of it somewhere else. Because what I'd like to do is I want to talk at the end, like, the small change that I ended up making to Oma's design. I want to talk about that in this page. Oh wait, does she have a tail in this third one shot? I don't think she has her tail yet. Let me check. No, she does not have her tail yet. Yeah, she has no tail. Just one page that'll confirm that for me, though, so let me go look at it. Yep, she's got no tail here, so she definitely didn't have her tail yet. So that means, because I was trying to remember when I changed that, because I didn't remember. Yeah, see, there's no tail here. So yeah, that's the better place to put that part. Because initially she didn't have a tail, like she wasn't going to have one, and then he was like, oh, I feel like she needs something to change her character. Okay. So we'll talk a little bit about that on this page, but I'll shrink it. So I don't need that page there. I can put this one here. So then that leaves us how many pages for, like, my image gallery? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 times 2 is 26. That's plenty. I only needed 25. So I might have to try to figure out how to condense some of the stuff here, but that's alright. We'll figure it out. And I mean, like, if I'm like 2 or 3 pages extra because I need to account for, like, the white pages at the end, maybe I'll just duplicate that. Give me 1 extra. Because I need to have, like, the 2 white pages at the end, which is for signatures and stuff, and, like, signing the book. So I need to have those at the end. Okay, so I'm at 162. That's actually what I was originally at, was 160. Well, what I was originally at was 156. And so if I added all of this stuff in and only ended up adding 6 pages, I think I didn't do too bad. Considering there are now 4 one-shots in this volume. It's basically a tankobon by itself. There's 4 one-shots in here. Ooh. That could have easily gotten crazy big out of hand. I think this will be alright. So kind of go through it again. Okay, so this will be a new cover. Oh yeah, I need to copy the cover I want in there now that I have the original sketch. Let me go grab it. Man, I really like this cover too. But I also really like this one, so I'll probably use this one. I'd really like to use this cover, to be honest. Because this is what the cover was originally supposed to be. I really liked it. So we'll use some variation of this as the cover. I don't know what it'll look like exactly yet, but it'll look something like that, I guess. Something. Something, something, something. Oh wait, this is gonna be a wraparound cover, so this would actually be on this side. That's a lot of book. That's a lot of book. So, alright, we're at 5 hours of stream time. It's 1 a.m. I still need to go eat dinner. I think we're gonna go ahead and stop here for the night now that we have all of the storyboards copied in. I still have some more files I need to copy in, especially like some more of like the artwork, like on some of these other pages. There's just a few little things I need to copy in. But from here, it'll be the really boring part where I'm just focused on, like, explaining everything, putting in all of the text. I'm not sure if you guys want to actually see that stuff. So I'll probably get back to assistant work from here, just so I'm doing something that's, like, more interesting than watching me type. But yeah, thank you so much to everyone who joined me today, everyone from Twitch, everyone from YouTube. I really appreciate everyone being here. So I'll see you guys later. Thank you so much for watching. Take it easy. Have a great day or night. Happy time zone. Thank you so much. Bye!